everybody. Valhalla, Diana, welcome, welcome. Right. Lock check. Just need to interact with this. Stop it from disappearing. Looks like the car's gone. Yeah, I hope everybody's week's going well. It's still cold and frosty here. Don't think we've had any more snow. So, industrial cock. Yeah, I think we've had a little bit more, but not only a few flecks. The rest is, again, it's just now just warm enough in the day for it to start to melt, and then it just refreezes. Oh, there we go. Yes, this is when it hangs around for, because the temperature's just right or just wrong, for it to not melt enough, and then it just refreezes and it gets compacted. Obviously the main roads are all clear. I mean, we can get, I mean, here we get like snow up until April, as in as late as April. So not, I mean the whole time, but swamp cock. Still no train. But it's like the weather is like this. It's all bright and sunny, and then the clouds come in. Do need a leather kit, not a broom. Spark plug. Baseball shirt. I would guess they've given the car away or traded it. if I find some hiking boots or something, I'm gonna switch them. Yeah, so straight away you found like a couple of rounds of 7.6239 in the BK. That's enough to take someone down on the coast quite easily. Because I was yellow thirsty, I can get away with it a little bit more. Don't want to be sick though. Yeah, I may have to don the trainers if I don't find a leather kit or another set of boots. Because you don't want to be caught with them badly damaged in the middle of nowhere. So this is Operation Certain Death when the weather's like this, to try and get a leather kit. But there's some towers that are safer to go up than others. If you find them on there, it's quite straightforward. I will check the containers though. Sword in the industrial. You don't find sewing kits here, but you can possibly find them on the lighting towers. You don't really find them in the containers. Green raincoat day, we just don't need them at the moment. Come on, leather kit. Welcome in, lobster. Welcome in. Just on the hunt for some new shoes and leather kits. Weather's now going to close in. Just doing that, see if I can find a temporary pair of shoes, because what will normally happen is you'll throw away your boots because you haven't got space, and then you find a leather kit and you've just put a pair of dress shoes on or something as a temporary measure. So if I can carry them in my backpack for a little bit. Yes, Orwell's here. The decorating is going. You know yeah, you think that one little job creates more jobs. And like quite often you don't have the time to you know, unfortunately I've got the time now, but sometimes you have to rush things when you should really leave them. Yeah, like, and always little things like putting too much filler in when you should do it in a couple of layers. You think you can do it in one go, and all it means is it takes a lot longer to dry out and probably cracks. So it's all these little things. Checking the glass factory. Rope day as well. Oh, there's a... I do tick the little that little feature, so you can actually do it in both for people who might be on their phones or, you know, not watching it on a computer or television. I know where I can go. If I don't find them here, I'll go up to the Guardians. That is the crazy thing. You can, with the durabilities of stuff. You can sometimes switch something out and it go from worn to damaged, so you're in the same boat as you were, but you've took a few more steps. Yeah, look, the snow's coming in from the northwestish, west-northwest. No chocolate sewing kits. Ah, welcome in the wrists. Hope all is well. I'm after some shoes. Or a leather kit. Oh, some pink shoes there. Don't know why they came out like that. Put you there. Kitten mittens, welcome in, welcome in. Am I going to have to put pink shoes on? I think I'll have to. I'm not adverse to... not adverse to pink shoes. Till I find a leather kit. And visibility disappears in 3, 2, 1. There are Glass from Wellington. So what insulation are these? Worst insulation. Low insulation. There we go. They actually don't look too bad. Not that I don't think I'm going to get seen because of my shoes. I'm not sure how long these last, but they're pristine. And I think they don't get wet, or they might get damp, but they don't get wet, I believe. Yeah, but I'm getting cold now because I've got low insulation. I need to put some cardboard in, a bit of insulation, so I don't get so cold. So I'm not sure what was going on up in Nadazino, or the town with no name, just up the hill, from what Dredd was saying. There's a hole in the fence. Try down here in the bus station. I might be able to get some better shoes than. Oh, there's a mail pouch. Of course. Worst insulation. Looking good in your dress shoes comes at a cost, I guess. wonder what's going on up there with them. Because the Trailblazers said it was the clowns who have sort of got it. Oh, welcome in, boss. I've got to collect drinks to the honest colleague. We can give them swamp water in a jerry can. That could prove to be quite potent. Yeah, I'm not really sure the best place to find them in, you know, reasonable numbers. There we go. 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 Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Call it a Woodsman cocktail. 100 parts swamp water, or 90 parts swamp water, 10 parts swamp cock. Swamp cock cocktail. Oh, white chocolate sewing kit. I do wonder in, you know, obviously in apocalypse terms, when like looting would start within days, if not hours, and I don't think it'd be like serious looting. It'll just be the usual looting that goes on whenever there's something happens. Then all of a sudden it would become serious, and then all these, there'd be nothing left apart from little pockets of possible resistance till they run out of food. You know, how long can you leave it before having to go into the habited areas? You know, you can grow food, but that's seasonal and can be hit and miss. And how long before people start to turn on each other? I do suppose it's like one of them things, because you just don't know how long it'll last. You know, is it going to be 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years? Gloves. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's interesting to speculate, but you only got to, you know, think how people are going to react. I think to start with, nobody would believe it. They'd think it's AI or something, and then all of a sudden the reality kicks in when there's no police left or the military aren't about. You know, nobody on phones, internet goes down. And that will just come, I think it comes down to what you do to survive, you know. Obviously out in the country there'll be probably little pockets that will do quite well because they're used to like isolated living. But you think in the city centres, in the city centres where there's a really dense population of people, but you've only got to look at COVID when that happened. Obviously, you know, people travelling against, you know, recommended guidelines, and obviously potentially taking it, and that's how, you know, that's how things like that happen. Yeah. Once society gets over, you can't tell me what to do because there's nobody to tell you. Then we'll be stuck. We've got the usual northerners out by the pub. I think it is a snapshot. You know, it can be a snapshot on how people would react if they're free to do whatever, you know, with no consequence, obviously, other than cheating. But yeah, free to survive however you see fit. Got dogs. I think it was dogs. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Not So Amazing. I thought that was dogs. So we've got Bernard's car here. So it's yielded nails and a 4-dial. But we'll take a map. Nothing like a brisk jog over an open field. Didn't see him there. Blended very well into the shadow. Oh, we've got some frosty infected, haven't we? Yeah, I think we have. So we have got signs of life. But I'm not that far away. So that it might be further than we, famous last words. But I think if you're in the middle of a field and you could see them pop in, I think they do pop in before you can. If you're at range with a scope, I think you can see them pop in. Bumped into Cortez here last time. Oh, I thought I was going to do a bit of free falling then. That's interesting. So that has got the same volume as just walking normally when you sprint walk. Thought there's another sewing kit from the profile there. Magic truck. Pickaxe, oh yeah, definitely up this way. Bore is where you find the pickaxes. I think because Wes and the guy, well, Wes and Reverend, they're probably hitting this whenever they wake up. Because it's so close. It's part of their loot route. They are just over that hill. That's a good sign. See if we can find any convoys. Is it because what was his name? Ungani? Wasn't ugly, was it? It was one of his moved across here yet. Well, there is I think this is one of the closest helis we can get here. Just up here. Although I haven't really got much space to carry anything. Even if I do find it. Yeah, trying for something to be faster. Yeah. Convoy, convoy, convoy. think there's another heli. I think that's north of the lighthouse. I think that's another one. They're like our closest ones before you start heading into the map. Yeah, with this backpack on, you can actually look behind you, and you can see all the way, rather than have that. The other one's good for storage, clearly. But the profile is quite massive. Oh Christ, this is Pavlovo. Scoot around this. That's the gas zone inside there. Nope, I'm not sure who's good at fighting, hand to hand. I think Mufasa's probably a dab hand. Yeah, that's Pavlo. Yeah, that's Pavlovo gas zone. Golden peppers. I won't be surprised if there's stashes in these trees with NBC kit. I won't be surprised at all. I'm not sure which one I prefer normally, Riffy or this one. This one's a bit complicated inside. Whereas Riffy, once you've cleared them outside, they might appear, depending on which way you come in, if you spend a bit of time in the boat, they might appear when you come out again. But here, they seem to appear, you do a full loop inside, and they seem to appear again before you got round like a full loop of, because there's loads of little structures and sheds. You know, you have to get on the roofs of some of the tech building and the hospital, because sometimes, you know, guns and stuff can spawn on top of there, so I think it takes a lot longer. It seems a lot longer. That's a tech building there. It seems a lot longer to loot that place with all the different ones, but I suppose a ship, if you count the individual rooms, it's quite easy to get disorientated there as well. Added to the fact that, you know, you can run out of gas in your gas canister, run out of filter in your respirator. That gives it quite a, you know, you start panicking when pretty much you don't need to. But you can get on top of the roof of the hospital, possibly the tech building as well. You can get on the roof there, and you can take your gas mask off. You're out of the gas. Yeah, it's fun to go into the gas zone when you first do it, though. The lower your respirator filter gets, the harder you breathe, and then that's all added to the claustrophobia of being in the gas and not being able to see too much either. But without a compass, again, I'd still be getting lost. Have I got a shadow? I can still see my shadow. Yeah, I still get lost quite easily. That is probably another thing that a lot of people don't attempt in the game, is the gas zones, because it can take quite a while. If you go into Tizzy, I think you can get quite a lot of the military coloured, the grey chemical suits, but you have to hit the hospitals and the med centres and convoys, I think, and be lucky. Is that Komarovo? Let's go north again then. Is that the train tracks there? Yeah, I know where we are. We're right on that corner. Could be sounds like a Rudolph. Haven't got space to pick him up. Yeah, there's no point. I've got no space for them. I could run up there, see if there's a boat. It is quite surprising that we haven't. I mean, we haven't been up the coast searching for them like we were, but it is quite interesting. Because there used to be quite a lot. Definitely up here, you could, you'd find one right at the end. That's where I'm going to look now. So there's one up here. This is where they start to try and get a boat up north, up here. This little river, and that's how you start to. That's where you try and take a boat. If you've got a boat, that's how you try to. Get it inland. When I was messing about with spawn placements, I was tinkering with some server files. I still don't really know what I've done. I put it in the wrong place. But I was trying to set specific ones, and I really don't know how I got it that wrong. But every spawn was in the sea there. Yeah, I don't know how I got it so wrong. But every spawn was out there somewhere. You had to swim. Take like 10 minutes to swim in. Because it was quicker to swim in and then like F11, because I needed to see if something had been put into a place on the map, than it was to wait for the elements to finish you off. But yeah, I was right out there every time, and I think I've done it like 4 or 5 times. So that's the military. I don't think there's any boats. Nope. Hold on here. What do you reckon? They're definitely going to be up because I've been like running around the area for a bit. And his lordship doth appear. Welcome in, Mufasa. It's sneaker day. and Beanie Day and Converse. Empty magazine. Do the little old pop look over to see if there's a landmine, although I don't think. Thought I heard footsteps. I do get the feeling that someone's been through here. I don't like going down this way. You could run into people coming the other way. Ah. I think that's... How come Nightbot got you on there? I don't think I had Night... I don't think I had Nightbot on this. That's, I think, where the confusion is. It must be sneaking back in to do its thing. I thought I only had that on Twitch. I'll have to unauthorize it. Yeah. Because on... Yeah, I'll have a look at that, because on the other one I turned that off, so you should be able to use emotes, unless they're symbols. Yeah, you should be able to use those without any penalty at all. But unless Nightbot has snuck in again. Yeah, I think Oh no, that's stream elements. Well, I don't know what I've done wrong then, because I tried to turn all that off. I tried to turn all that off so it was pretty much unlimited. I'll go back and check to see if it's done some bizarre little update. Oh. Black dry bag. No, stream elements kicked in. Was that one less? I'll go back and check because I thought I disabled that. It was 15 was the max, but initially, and I turned that off to like pretty much unlimited. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, so this is a police event and a military one on this dock side here. And unless it's yeah, unless it's a combination that messes it up, that might be it. It might be the combination of let's just run away from that. I think they must have saw me. They're probably going to do the same thing I've done. But once I get up on the hill here, I'll have a better chance of... Yeah, there's a boat. Now I think they're going up to the west to check what I've just checked. I mean, they would have seen me. That is, I think it's the combination. It must be either the description of which obviously which is cock in a box. Perhaps that is just too many characters. It might be too many characters because of the description. So if I just label them like 1 through to 12 or something, that might make it a bit easier. Yeah, it might be the combination of, because it's like reading a new one each time, I guess. But don't quote me on it. So it is reading it as spam potentially because it's a new one rather than the same one, but yeah, well there's a boat, so somebody's got a boat hidden away somewhere. Yeah, trying to fit all those cocks in a box. So there's no convoy here. They've done it well because they place it underneath these rocks, so it's very difficult to spot from the hills. You have to come down because it's normally along here, very well hidden from the. Or I think you can. Well, I don't think you can. I think you do have to get quite low to see it. Yeah, I would guess they've gone to do the same, or they've found a boat and they need to get up west. But I think they're doing the usual thing. They'll scoot along to probably. Yeah, Nightbot. Yeah, but like you try a near sheer vertical face, being able to run up it like a mountain goat. Yeah, okay, well, you. Yeah, angry Nightbot. I don't think I had it on this one. I thought I had Nightbot covering Twitch and Stream Elements covering YouTube. This is Komarovo. This is Komarovo. So there is the train. We don't want that. So the train is normally a civilian one. That's on that. That's Prison Island. Yeah, over on the island it sounds like it. Yeah. Could have been the people on the boat. But they had gone past the island. Yeah, bait fireworks, that's what they are. Yeah, bait fireworks. And that is how loud the boats are and how easy it is to get seen and heard. Now, they probably saw me just as well. Oh, black sheep, one of the black sheep. Look, I've seen one in the wild now. Yeah. There's a lot of betas there. But I think because they are so big, unless you're collecting them, people do let them off. They let them off down in the by the carnival. They're just too big to carry most of the time. Yeah, they're a little bit too big to carry. A penal colony, yeah. I think all you need on there for white noise is a couple of massives and a moose that sounded like he's caught himself in his zipper. I think that'd drive you crazy. Yeah. And I think, yeah, I used to enjoy watching when he'd done those, and it was more interesting that, and you can see with any admin sort of thing, that when you do it long enough, and I'm talking about, like, say the genuine ones, not people getting like the admin power, the ban hammer, but you can see they've heard it all before, you know, and how he used to set them up essentially, you know, do the sit down emote, and they would come and try and get him as he was, you know, and he'd be behind the building, so there's no physical way they could see him, or when he was invisible, and they said, oh yeah, we saw you such and such. You know, I think genuine ones, I don't think anybody's got any issue if it's a mistake, you know, but I think once you've done it, for long enough, you've heard everything from the cheaters. You've heard every excuse, and that's why I think sometimes they've just not got the patience to deal with them. That's a little bit when you see people getting caught cheating or playing Warzone and stuff like that. they deny it, vehemently deny it, and then they. And again, you can't always believe everything you read on the internet, or see on the internet. But they vehemently deny it. Then they admit it, and then they said, "Yeah, but I was only doing it just before the event." And unfortunately, once you've got that over your name, it doesn't matter if you've done it once or. It's very difficult for people to believe anything you say, unfortunately. I mean, again, there's things like when I think it was at GTA, whether it was the first one, and you could use button combat. This is multiplayer, but it's still cheating in a sense. But I think most people have done that where if you've done a certain button configuration on the controller, you could you could unlock everything. But that weren't. I mean, that is still cheating, but it wasn't on like multiplayer. It was just messing about when you got fed up with playing the game. Just spawning yourself in rocket launchers. But if you're doing it, regardless, I mean, you start doing stuff competitively. And another excuse you sometimes get is that they're only doing it because the other people are doing it, and you can't compete unless you do it. And again, I think that's the root of the problem. Yeah, when you see what they can do, I mean, I haven't even looked into it, but when you see what they're able to do, and it's getting so sophisticated now, and how they convince themselves it's not cheating, like you can get different sounds, you can get like a sound thing where you can hear footsteps a lot, but they convince themselves that it's okay, or it's not breaking the terms. But then I think, unfortunately, once you start using that, I think you then have to rely on it. Then you don't get any better. Apart from ruining people's, I mean, in the competitions, obviously, money is the driver there. But I'm just not sure. I mean, you can't enjoy playing the game unless you just enjoy ruining people's game. That might be your only the enjoyment that you get is ruining people's. Ruin other people's game, and it might very well be because you got cheated against, you'll do it. Yeah, I don't think you can enjoy I don't think they enjoy the game. They just enjoy. It doesn't matter what game it is. I think they just enjoy ruining other people's time. That's what I think. Yeah, I keep thinking this rock is the convoy every time I come up here. Yeah, I think it is. Some people are, you know, some people do. But unfortunately, there's a market for the, you know, probably a multi-million-pound business for all the cheaters and all the cheat developers, because people will pay them. Oh, good lord! Let's get that thunder, a thunder snow. Na 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 thunder. Well, this is good weather for potentially getting back. Yeah, that's what I mean. Who do you blame? You know, people who buy them, people who make them. Because if people didn't buy them, they wouldn't make them. And it's just that vicious cycle. And it's like, you know, well, yeah. I mean, I just. But I think it is you convince, you know, they convince themselves that it's not cheating or nobody got caught cheating. We're just talking about just cheating in general, you know, and people convince themselves, but because there's money to be made, you know. You know, I mean, they're just so advanced on what they can do. And I just don't understand it, but I know if money's involved, that is the biggest driver. If you can get money and you can get away with it, people will do it because they don't think there's a consequence. But I think if they were to start, essentially I guess it's fraud, because it's definitely against terms of service and all that sort of stuff. If anybody bothers to read the terms of service about entering competitions. Oh, good lord. You know, start arresting them for fraud. But I think it's only when they, again, I don't know how easy it is to detect and prove when you're in your own room. But as in the evidence-wise, that is enough to, you know, perhaps that will deter some of them if they started to, you know, get taken to court or whatever it is, you know, against breaking the terms of service for entering the competition and gaining money through deception. Quite a lot, I would say. I mean, a lot of people would have got lost. I mean, I'm certainly, you know, not far off home, so I know where I am. But there'll be a lot of people who get lost in the woods. I just like the way the trees cover you from the snow. And when you get out in the open again, it picks up. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it is something that is a problem. Yeah, there is a problem, you know, and I think fortunately there's a market for it, and there's probably more advanced ones that we don't know about. Yeah, just I mean, just make it, you know, so people have to seriously contemplate if it's worth it. But the trouble is with some of these competitions, when there's, you know, tens of thousands of prize money, that can be quite, you know. And again, I don't know if anybody has actually been, you know, done for it. So there's very little deterrent, I guess. Yeah. Now, I think she must be horrendously cold in this weather. I think she needs some thermals or some skiing attire, the Serrani girl. Yeah, I can dig out some long johns and a long sleeve top, a new shanker, some Ugg boots. Yeah, fantastic. I'll come up for my fitting tomorrow. think I just missed Lucas. I'm going to get my fingers burnt. Hot, 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 hot. Put them right in the fire there. Unless somebody picked them up. I dropped some fury tabs on the floor. Yeah, so the route we went, up Kozlovka. So like, when you see how big the map is, I think somebody was asking how big the map is the other day. You know, it's been a couple of hours, and I think I went to the train bridge just to the east, but then back up to Kozlovka, down the edge of where it says the military there, that's Pavlovo gas zone, where it says military, and then down, round and back, and that's just a small little segment, and I avoided quite a lot of the towns, just in case I bumped into some evildoers. And when you do the loot routes from, you know, and that's how much of the map you don't realise you miss, because normally you'd spawn in Cherno. I mean, you might have gone the eastern loot route, western loot route. You might have gone that way and then up towards the dam. Was it Trishina Dam? Trishina Dam? Yeah, but you'd normally work your way up to the castles and possibly up to Tizzy, depending on what gear you've got on the way through, and then you'd come down to the airfield, or you'd come across to the airfield up to Tizzy. But you know, you miss out so much of the map, and that's why it's always good if you do get a spawn, just try and explore that spawn, and then you know, head the same direction, but from where you spawn. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, they'll get a spawn they don't like for whatever reason, and obviously jump off a bridge or jump off something to try and get somewhere where it's more favourable for them. But I think, yeah, here, because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to take the life you get. So if we're getting raided and I get shot out of the base and I wake up in Bereziki, you know, unless I can find a boat, I'm running back. You know, but for me to keep offing myself so I could wake up closer, that's just, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. Right, so I've got maps. That's another handy. As long as it doesn't add any stupid amount of weight, you can put, like, even if you don't use that, that's an extra slot for a battery. If storage is extremely tight, you can utilise quite a few little bits and pieces to try and assist. With getting yourself a little bit more storage. I don't need any more shotguns shells at the moment. Oh, that's another new thing. A camouflage down jacket. See what I mean about them putting in little things like this that, you know, until you see one, you don't realise how much is actually put in. Best insulation. Yeah, so no nails on. So Lucas was downstairs. He left a note. Hmm. That's you think, and this is the difficulty of something like having a ghillie wrap that works. You have to have it modelled to each gun you've got so it fits perfectly. You know, and you think the time that would take, you know, for a ghillie wrap. I think you've got other thing, you know. Some people would like it, you know, to fit perfectly on each gun type. But I think it's a difficult one to invest time in when there's other things you can invest your time in. Welcome back, Primal. I hope everything's well. Yeah, welcome in from Twitch. Yeah, the run. Well, we've been our sort of usual-ish loot route so far. There's quite a few convoys you can hit, and a possibility of getting nails and 4 dials. So we went, obviously went and checked the train up to Kozlovka, in between where it says Blackthorn and Lollipop Tower. So there's a few little outhouses up in Lucky there, and the little pub just down the road from, or just up the road from Novoseki. And then from there, we went to what I call Negan's old place, skirted to the north of Bor, and then came down in between where it says where Pavlova gas zone is and Eclipse. We went then right to the western evac, checking for boats and a bit of ammunition, and then worked our way along back here. So when I zoom out, you see how little of the map that is. But that was like a couple of hours worth of not even thorough looting. So, you know, if you were to thoroughly loot, I'd probably still be halfway there. If I'd have looted like a Nadazino on the way to Kozlovka. Filmer Jim, welcome in. Yeah, what's good? Yeah, the weather's turned. We've just done a little bit of a loot, found a little bit of ammo, a few other bits and pieces. Got back in time. Someone was in a boat. I think going to do exactly what I'd done previously. like Tetris, Apocalypse. Yeah, I don't know if we need all this morphine. It just doesn't. If you've got a broken leg, it's handy, but not really. It just takes up space. In my personal opinion, it just takes up a bit of space. Well, I cut out quite a lot because once you've found nails in a couple of places, you know to check them, and although you might be able to get them somewhere else, you tend to try the places you know because you've been successful, and but when you're doing like a random loot and you happen to find another setting somewhere else, like a random car that you check or a shed that you check, you mentally log that. So if you're in the area again, you make a point of checking it, because I've heard from a few people there seems to be an occasion that you'll find like a box of nails in a car, and the next day you go back, there's another one in the same place. And that's happened to a few people with different things. I'm not saying you can go there every day and get it, but sometimes you can get it in quick succession, and so you know where to look. And you'd rather, run to a place you know there's a chance, because whenever the next storm comes, I'm not sure when that'll be, everybody's out looking for them. This is probably your best chance to try and find nails and 4 dials, because the amount of people aren't looking for them in the numbers they usually are when there's been a wipe. Yeah, they just seem to they'll always pick them up if they find them, but it's less people looking for them enforced. You'll get some people, and I know we get, was it 24? I think it was at 24 or 48 hours. You just stand a better chance of potentially finding them. There's no guarantee you find them. Because I didn't find a box of nails for ages, and I was out pretty much every day for the first, and that's all we were doing. We were out looting. Because we need 2 boxes. Let me think. Yeah, 2 boxes to make the barn secure. Or 2 boxes and a 4 dial. So if you haven't got a lock, you can put the frames in place, and you can probably put the gate in place, but then somebody else could lock it. So I think I've been playing about a year, pretty much a year. Because it was this weather when I started playing. I think I played Winter Chernarus on 0. I think I played on 0 Winter Chernarus, and then came here to give it a go, and was pretty much hooked. I suppose it's still waiting on, or that'll have an impact, I think, when 129 finally drops. Because I think, I don't know, I think that they've always announced when 129 drop that they recommend, if you know what you're doing, you don't have to, but they recommend a full wipe when 129 drops. Just because I think the possibility of some of the files not quite working with some of the other ones. So they've always said that, even though 129's late coming out by about 6 months ish, or might be four or five, but it's obviously been delayed. I think that is going to be hinged whether, because what they don't want to do, if they don't have to, is obviously do a wipe and then have to do another one when 129 drops because it causes too many issues. So that'll be interesting times. And then, you know, because now people have got the groups have got enough stuff together, they can start raiding each other and get up to what they do as a group. But for the first, I would say, couple of months, I think they still do the occasional raid if they can get away with it, but most of the time they are just scrabbling around to try and get their bases in to a point where they can defend them. Yeah, that's what now pretty much everybody's got. Who's been here a little while. There's always that unfortunate where somebody who's just joined a server has managed to find a box of nails and get a gate on, and then there's a wipe and they have to start again. But like the Trailblazers, when they set up, they got their base near enough established before the last wipe. But that just gave them a good template on what to do when they started again. So it was a good practice, you know, that's the way you have to look at it. And I used to do that on console. When I had console, I just done wipes every time there was an update. I just done a wipe, and it can be frustrating, I guess, if you built your base up. But you've only got to go on some official servers and see how many bases are slowly decaying that people have built and then gone on to another server or just lost interest. And to have a wipe, you know, regularly just keeps everything running smoothly, in my opinion, because you think the amount of loot that's been stashed, people have built little tented camps in the middle of nowhere that you stumble across, and I know they do start to pop out of existence if there's no flag, or if the flag goes down, then obviously the decay timers start to kick in. But you only need someone to interact with it, like this tent. All I need to do is that, and it resets the timers if you haven't got a flag. So people coming in and getting their sticky fingers in your tent inventory resets it again. And if it's in a place that people can find, you know, the base itself will probably hang around for quite a while. I have to go and do some fishing, I think. Yeah, I hate sticky fingers in your inventory. Dirty burglars. Well, that's like when anybody, I think when we all got blown up at Green Mountain, the amount of people rifling through the bodies as they were still warm on the floor. I mean, I was trying to get giddy and stuff, but you could see people walking around cities, seeing if they could help themselves to what other people had. It's a brutal world. You know, no sooner had they fell down and people were rifling through their pockets. But yeah, it'd be interesting, you know, when the 129 gets released and Badlands, whenever that's released. Yeah, the loot goblins, yeah. Loot goblins. We're all, I mean, terrible. I mean, Arc Raiders is the same. Um, I can't help picking stuff up there, and here's the same. You know, you set to go on a loot route, and you end up filling your pockets up before you even pass the trains. You'll find a couple of leather sewn kits that, because we're short of them, you pick them up. And sometimes you have to do a quick return journey to drop the stuff off before you go out again. And that's why I'm glad there's not unlimited stamina, or I don't know if you've seen some of the mods where, because you used to be able to get, before they changed the inventory size, I think this used to be 64. I think this used to be 64. But the big military backpack that I had, that was 90. That was 90 slots, and you could get guns in them. Any gun could fit in them. I think you might even be able to get a couple of them in there, possibly. But yeah, you could fit guns in your backpack, as in the long rifles. You could fit them in there. But then they dropped it, so the 90 slot is now 64. But I have seen servers with the where the inventory size has been reduced, so a plate is like 4 slots or 2 slots, and logs, you can get logs in your backpack. Again, it must work there, you know. Or metal sheet, yeah, you can get like metal sheet in your backpack as well. You know, like 200 slot backpacks with unlimited stamina. I reckon because we got that note from, get out of the way of that window just in case they shoot. Because we got that note from DayZ. Saying they wanted us to see him in Dubrovka. That's where they live. Now, the Golden Compass Clubhouse. They must be paying them rent. I can't, because I know when Barry Evans was here. Yeah. Yeah, because when Barry Evans was in Zenit, he had to pay them rent, and they're similar sort of distance. So I think they must visit them. Yeah, House of the Shadows, I think it was. Yeah. Oh, I think they did say, it might have been them. I don't know if that was them or that was people who lived in Delina. I think it was them. But that's how it starts, you see. And if it's like a couple of boxes of ammo, that isn't particularly difficult to find. It's quite easy, you know. It's quite straightforward to you know, to do that, and it doesn't cost very much. And I'd rather that than them harassing you out of the town. Now that may increase. Yeah, there's that gas station, and where that, I'm sure where that T junction is, or Y junction, up to the north, to the south, to the north of the gas station. That's that little military checkpoint there. And that's only, what, halfway up the map? Yeah, about halfway up the map. Yeah, because that's Upper Berenzino with the hospital, the big hospital, and then the med centre one is like Lower Berenzino with the blue. I'm just going to pop. Oh. So I was going to make myself a coffee, but we might have a bit of action. Yeah, probably a hunting shot or a dog shot. But I still like to do the testing on where you can hear the shots from. I'm just trying to think what animals, unless it was a dog. I mean, Boris, he does go along the tree line. I'm not sure how far he goes. Could it have been one, you know, a BK that put down a survivor? Yeah, hopefully when they bring out, like I said about the gunshots, they're a bit more distinguishable rather than just a bang. Now I'm going to grab myself a quick coffee. I shall be right back. Right, back. Yeah, I should be setting the torches out. But when you buy yourself, well, it's difficult to... Yeah. It's difficult to... well, I'm still here and the base is still standing, so I take it nothing... Put up a flare. Excuse me. I don't want to jinx it, but not. You stand an increased chance. I mean, we may have had people jump in. We've lost a 4-dial. So we've had... Obviously, we haven't had a full-blown doors getting blown off raid. But we've had that one broken into a couple of times, stuff stolen out of there. Obviously, we had the evildoers, but that's not really a raid. Yeah, if you start to annoy people, that's one of the things they can deploy is a base raid on you. And we only got raided. So the season before, obviously we had a thing going on with the Fireflies. They raided us. Dam towards the end of last season, because of things that had gone on that was a shot or a flare. I think that was a flare going up. Yeah, they only raided us. It's pistol. Yeah, they only raided us because we upset them. Yeah, that was the only reason we got raided by them, and we deserved it. So, you know, that was a justified reminder that you don't mess about with groups like that, because they can come in and steamroll you. So I think most people get raided at least once, and it normally happens during normal time. You know, if there's on white night, you still have to adhere to the rules as well. You can't, because it'll roll over into the next season, you see, so you haven't got free reign to do what you want, because it's going to be all going to be wiped. But yeah, if you get on the wrong side of groups, obviously you've got crackheads that will try and jump in, if you know, probably try and raid you. Uh-huh. Dogs. I think I'm too far away. There's definitely a dog out there. But yeah, anybody can get raided. And normally the thing about this server, normally there'll be some reasoning behind it to a certain extent. Now, if you've got something going on with another group, like I think Clowns, Legionnaires, Blackthorn, that can roll over into like next wipe, because their thing hasn't been come to a conclusion, so they may just raid them to get stuff, because that's an ongoing thing they've got. But normally, like with Dam, they would not have raided us last season if we hadn't have upset them. That, you know, that isn't worth their time, but they came down to remind us. But I do think somebody else came in after them as well, and that's the problem you have living on the coast. You've got obviously the location of this, people will come and have a look, and if they see your doors are blown off, they're going to come in and have a look, and literally they got all the way in. No matter how many layers we had, they got all the way in. And that's what I always say, if you upset, or if you go against the shooty groups who raid for a living, they will get in. They won't do it half-cocked. They'll come with enough stuff, enough people to get in. So the dogs come running past here. I heard the dog. Possibly an IJ. And I think I'm too high up here to attract the dogs. Dead set there. Yeah, because that's what they're used to. You know, that's what they're used to doing, and it works. You know. Oh, that popped out of existence. So I think that might have been dogs got them in the industrial. And then obviously one's just run off to Electro, one dog's run off to Electro, I would guess. Possibly IJ or a CR. Yeah, and that's why this base, you know, it looks quite impressive because it is, you know, a big, it looks like a big fortified building.
And now, let's get ready to rumble.
Ah, lags a lot. Thank you very, very much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, so I reckon they got attacked by the dogs. Yeah, I think they got attacked by the dogs. And that's nothing worse when you're trying to be sneaky and you've got dogs. Unless you've got a crossbow, you can't. You just can't take them. You know, you can't take them out quietly. Possibly a pistol suppressor. Not sure if I'd have heard it, because he was in that shed there, I think, or he shot somebody through there. There's a dog downstairs. Two dogs, three dogs, unless 4 dogs, unless they got him. Possibly, because obviously I'm up here. They don't. I'm too high up. They don't sniff me out unless our mackerel oil aftershave. So unless unless unfortunately he succumbed to dogs. Yeah. Do you like dags? They're now going into their little prowl mode. But you might hear more shots if they lock onto somebody else, because they're now off on a little wander into Chernarus. But if I went downstairs, they would come back here in a heartbeat. So unless they... Well, there's 4 of them. There was a dead body over there. Looked like a dead infected over there. So that looks, unless he was in that shed, but they wouldn't de-aggro while he was still there. They'd persistently start barking. Just lock that other door. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, because so someone's still there because they've got active infected. footsteps. Someone's downstairs. So they've come back for him, so whoever. Hello, hello? Hello? I think they like it if you try and tickle their belly.
Oh shit!
Inside!
Oh fuck!
Inside! Get inside!
I'm here. Get up here! Get up here!
Here.
Get up here!
All right. Why'd you get up? What did you do?
So the thing is, there's no way I was going to get down there in time. I'm not sure. I'm not. I'm not sure. Why did you kill them or kill him? I don't know. It did. It did. So Gideon was down there with somebody else, or Gideon was down there anyway. I'm not really sure. But they weren't speaking, whoever they were. I'm not sure what happened either. Yeah, we need to know. I'm sure. Yeah, and that is a problem. So, if somebody was uncon, that's it. They're dead. If they're uncon. So I just need to have a look down there. But I didn't recognise the voice of the other one. Unless Gideon was asleep downstairs and he was just, but the dogs didn't react, so I'm not really sure what happened, but I'm sure we'll find out. But the thing is, I'm not. I'm not jumping out of the window because they were clearly on the box. They clearly got up onto the box, whatever it was. does just depend on. So the dogs went, then the dogs came back because they, unless there was 2 packs, I don't think there was. There was 2. They went down, so they must have either come in from Electro way, which attracted them back over, or they were running through the industrial or something. Because as I say, the dogs like de-aggroed and started wandering off for another victim, and then I heard a set of footsteps downstairs, and I was like, hello, hello, and no response. Now again, I don't do the talking in game as in text. Is that the 4077th or something like that? Medical Field Hospital. That was a great series, that was. Hawkeye Pierce. Oh yeah, Hot Lips Houlihan. Right, let's see if we can get in and see. Radar O'Reilly. That's about the Korean War, wasn't it? I think that one. Yeah, Klinger. Just drop this off. Back in there. Put that back on.
Why'd you shoot him? Why did you shoot him?
What went on, Gideon? What happened?
We were getting chased by dogs. I had found a survivor. I was bringing him home. We needed help. Why'd you shoot him? Needed help.
Have you seen the person downstairs with a bag on their head?
Adam. This motherfucker motherfucker shot my friend! Holy crap! I thought you shot him, Rusty.
I did. I shot that one with the bag on their head. Because he was aiming
I
at...
thought you shot my... Yeah, I thought you shot the survivor I brought home.
No. That one was in there before you got there.
No. I had bought one home. There was
No,
a
no.
survivor that met me on the way home.
This one...
I didn't know this guy was in here.
This one was in... This one was in here before you got back.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought you had shot my friend.
No, he shot... I think they got a motion on their back, a fishing rod. They might get back...
Now, I put a bullet in him. Did a
Well,
good job. Serves you right.
He's got a fish...
I knew it wasn't you, Rusty.
He's got a fishing rod and that on him. And some stuff.
How
He
long
might...
has this guy been here?
Well, I think the dogs were after him. But he was aiming the gun at me, so I weren't gonna piss about.
When I came in, right? When I came in screaming, my friend that I bought, we were trying to jump on the box, and I jumped right here, and my friend was over here on this side.
Yeah.
But I think this guy came out of here, pointing his gun, shot the guy I brought home.
He did.
And yeah, good thing he didn't shoot me.
Well, is he stripped? Is he of all his stuff?
I'm stripping him right now.
He might come back, so just be careful.
So dark in here.
What gun did he have on his back?
A BK, but he had the Rusty Special, the Derringer. He had a Derringer on him too as well, with some ammo.
Yeah, so you were shouting to me saying, why'd you shoot my friend, and not realising there was somebody else downstairs.
Yeah, I didn't realize somebody was down here.
Well, no, so I think he was potentially shooting at dogs in the industrial. Which way did you come in from?
From Electro.
Yeah, so I think he was in the Western Industrial shooting at dogs. But be careful, he could be back before we know it.
Got his face mask.
Yeah, because I heard the dogs barking and footsteps before you got back, and they weren't speaking.
Got you. When I entered, the dogs looked like they were just coming out of here, headed east. But I think they had locked on to me for some odd reason.
I think it's might be quite strange, unless he was down there the whole time and woke up, because they weren't attracted to me. I was up here and I saw them run off, and then they came back before you got back.
Good eye, Rusty. When I started to wake up, I said, maybe it wasn't Rusty. Maybe somebody else shot me, and I was thinking they were gonna be in this little room, you know.
Because were you shooting?
I remember when
Were you shooting dogs downstairs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, the friend I had bought home, he was already roughed up from being on the coast. He had just walked up ashore. So I was trying to get him here as quick as possible, and then when we got downstairs, that's when all hell broke loose. Yeah, this guy was already here when I got here because I thought my friend was running outside, and my friend was like, hey, I'm inside, because I was telling my friend, hey, get in. And he goes, what are you talking about? I'm inside. So I saw the dogs take off for somebody in the hallway right here. And And that's when I put 2 and 2 together. Maybe there could be somebody else.
Yeah, he was aiming up at me with a pistol in his hand. So,
Alright.
but there was somebody.
Good job.
There was somebody shooting in the industrial about 10 minutes before you got back, and I saw a dead infected by the western guard shack. So the first slug unconned him.
I cut him up for bones.
But the thing is, with the bagheads, well, he was aiming up at us anyway, so I'm not going to tolerate that, getting gun pointed at us. But yeah, the bagheads don't talk, and he might have been a baghead because he was getting attacked by the dogs, or he was in here.
Yeah, I had went to Skiditsky Island.
All right.
Yeah, to pick up a dry bag for Donnie. Fireflies. I took off in the middle of the night last night.
Did you have you tried?
Back today.
Have you traded the car? Because that's not in the shed. The shed anymore.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, that's good. I just went and reset the back wall.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we had a group of 8 wash up at one time on the shore. One night, me and Couch woke up in the middle of the night, and sure enough, there was a good 3 or 4 people at the whale, and then 4 more washed up, and they turned out to be one big group. They were around these parts.
Oh, interesting.
They're looking to set up at the apartments above Belota.
Oh, all right.
Told them a bit of history about this place, and they were eager and ready to get the ball rolling. They were excited.
So did you see that other guy go down then?
Yeah, I did. He was dead. Yep. He was definitely dead.
Yeah, because there was footsteps, and I think that he was trying to shoot the dog. But I was like, you need to scratch their bellies. They like that. And then I heard some shots, and then I heard your voice. See, the slug though just knocked him on con.
Yeah, talk about timing.
Well, it was I mean, if that is a true baghead and not just a crackhead, it was very similar to last time, just before nap time, getting in position. Did he have a whistle on him?
No. stand by it. I tell you, coming home is the most dangerous.
Yeah.
Jesus. Got some extra bones here. I pulled off his Derringer, got his ammo, got all his ammo, got all his sidearms. He had a BK.
There's
Had
still
an
movement in the
IJ-70.
there's still some movement in the
Okay.
industrial from infected. Quite a lot. Yeah, because I think he was using I think he was using the IJ in the industrial down there to fight off dogs, and then they all came over here somehow, but not, you know, they stayed around here for a little bit, and then went back that direction. So whether he took a little cheeky nap, I don't know, because there was definitely shots over there, and dogs started to come over here.
Yeah, because as we were approaching through the, before we crossed over to the wall to get in here, guy I was with said, "Oh, I heard it. We did hear a pistol shot or something in the distance," and I was just like, "Man, just keep going. That we're almost here, and it was almost nap time." So in my mind, like, yeah, I'm trying to help the guy, but at the
I'll
same time,
drop that on the floor for you.
at the same time, I'm trying to get home because I'm not knowing if he's trying to kill me either. He's just trying to get over here.
Yeah, just be just be careful, because there's quite a lot of activity.
Hello.
Thanks.
Hello,
Who's there?
Anastasia.
How's it going?
Is okay. I has question.
Okay.
What town is this?
Rigaraki.
Where?
Rigaraki.
Thank you.
Anastasia.
Jesus. Has Donnie been by today?
No, I went on a bit of a run down to the southwestern evac, and then came back again.
Okay. Yeah, because last night, like I said, I woke up in the middle of the night and had the fire going, and then the Legionnaires stopped by, and then Donnie stopped by, and what the Legionnaires were telling me. Well, no, not the Legionnaires. You know what Donnie was telling me?
No.
Donnie was telling me that that Roman is no longer with the Fireflies. Thought
Oh.
we should know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
And supposedly some doctor. Remember that group, Aurora?
Yeah, Borealis.
There you go. Supposedly that doctor had been going around feeding people human meat. He fed a particular person. I'm not sure who he fed. But anyway, that particular person that he fed the human meat to ended up coming back to Pusta, and I think at the same time that he did, recognized that doctor's voice and said, "Hey man, that's the dude that fed me human." So when he said that, Fireflies picked up their rifles and they held him up. It was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And sure enough, they searched him. Sure enough, he had a bunch of human meat. They were like, "Hey, what are you doing with this?" That he was like, "Oh, I'm just doing studies and I'm trying to fight the outbreak. I'm thinking this is it happened here for it or something like that."
Yeah.
So then they put the guy on trial. When they put the guy on trial, they decided death. And then I guess they changed their mind and figured, hey, that was kind of too harsh. But then Roman picked up the rifle, was like, shot him. And they were like, "Hey, what are you doing? We took an oath not to really, or best not to kill anybody." He goes, I never took such an oath."
Oh.
So then they drew their guns on Roman. And then they kind of put him on trial and decided to vanquish him from Pusta. So
Yeah, because was
maybe
he
that's why.
was he like an intern or a trainee? Like,
Yeah, trainee.
who's rolling the
Who's
lot?
up there?
It's me.
Oh man. I was about to play some Marvin Gaye and get in that ass.
You unlock the door first.
Yeah, still a lot.
Man, dude, you just missed it. I was running home with the survivor. I get here, dogs are here. I'm trying to shoot the dogs. Then I'm running up trying to jump on the box. And the survivor I brought home ends up getting shot.
Damn, who shot him?
Yeah, and then it's nap time, right? So I'm like, what the hell? I'm thinking Rusty shot him, right? So I'm like, Rusty, before it's time to go to bed, I'm like, Rusty, why'd you shoot him? He was with me, right? Oh no, as I come back, Rusty's like, I didn't shoot him. And he goes, did you notice the baghead down there? I'm like, huh? He's like, yeah. And he shines the light into the restroom/kitchen. And there's a freaking baghead. Rusty lays him down. Whoa.
That's great.
was,
I love it.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Honest Coin was by here earlier with some.
Really? Again?
Yeah. So with some new guy they had just bumped into, and then Irish rolled up just to say hi, see how things are going, and he'd mentioned. So I don't know if you were. Yeah, you were here when that dude rolled up on the shore, and then he was saying, "Hey, what's going on in Pusta?" Like, I just came from there, and when I showed up, guns were drawn. People were getting held up as hostages, but nobody was saying anything. And then I woke up on the coast, and so Irish was telling me a story, and I said, "Oh, we had one of your in trainee guys stop by and tell us that happened," and he said, "Oh, that was Noah." So is it the same Noah? I don't know. But he said, oh, that's probably Noah. He got shot at while all this is going down. He said it was really weird. Supposed Blackthorn came up, but they weren't saying anything, which is unlike Blackthorn. They had hostages, but they weren't declaring any hostage situation. It just didn't feel like an authentic Blackthorn kind of vibe. And then they ended up shooting 3 of them, and when they were looking for them, when they ran off into the woods, they saw a cult member standing up on the hill kind of watching everything. So they don't know what the hell's going on. It seems like perhaps it wasn't Blackthorn, or Blackthorn and the cult are working together again, and who knows, man? Who knows?
Wow.
Getting juicy.
Sounds like it. I haven't
But I
seen
told-
a baghead, and this was an official baghead, I think.
They
Go ahead,
tossed
you-
us
you-
one of those new camo down jackets. Oh man, love my raincoat, but that's number 2 on my
Hey.
list now.
Hey.
I'm in a pinch if I'm out without my coat on. You know?
Okay. We got plenty of them.
All
We got-
soft and fluffy, downlined. Place for your gloves.
We've still got movement in that Western Industrial.
I need to go fix you a shelter outside like I did Jet.
Yeah. You gotten too soft in these walls, Jed. Okay, now take these 2 sticks, and here's what you do. Poor Jed.
Oh,
He's a
poor
good dude.
Yeah.
But it's just, whatever. Got that mountain sickness, started going
Yeah.
crazy.
There's still movement in the Western Industrial. Someone's still around. Probably that crackhead's come back, or baghead.
When did this all go down?
So
Recently?
I heard shots from the industrial over there, and I saw a dead infected, and then surprisingly, like 4 dogs came wandering up here. But obviously, I was upstairs, so they don't smell you upstairs there. And they came
Right.
here, and then they went back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you're on this floor, they can, but if you're on the next floor, they can't.
And I wish Gideon worked that way, right?
Yeah, and
Hey.
so I heard a couple of shots, and then it was just before nap time, and I heard some footsteps, and the dogs came back, and obviously started barking, and somebody was trying to shoot them downstairs, and I was like, "You need to rub their bellies. They don't like getting shot at." But there was no reply when I was like, "Hello, hello." There was no reply, and then I heard Gideon saying, literally a couple of minutes later, "Get in, get in," and this was like a minute before nap time ish. Right on the cusp, and there's no way I could have popped 2 locks and got down there in time. So I wake up, and all I can hear is Gideon saying is, "Why did you kill him? Why did you kill my friend?" So I unlock the doors, get downstairs, and he's like, "Why'd you kill my friend? Why'd you kill my friend?" And I said, "Do you know there's a baghead down there? Because there was one that ran into the place down there." And and then with that, the baghead leant out, pointed his gun, so I put him down with the R12.
Lovely.
But it got quite confusing
Damn.
quite quickly. It was.
Yeah.
And I mean, I whoever it was there before Gideon and the other one turned up. But I'm not sure how the dogs were up here, then they disappeared back towards the industrial, and then they came back.
I had a couple of dogs yesterday that were at base for a while on me, and then I just suddenly noticed they were gone, and I looked across the street, and I'm guessing they had someone pinned in that little shack right across the street.
Yeah.
They were both kind of hanging out in front of the door, and I waited and waited and waited, and no one ever came out, so who knows.
So there's 2.
But that's...
Yeah, there's 2 infected at least across the road, on the other side of the road. So either that baghead's
I'll
come
keep eyes
back.
kind of...
Yeah.
I'll keep eyes dockside back here.
Hey, Rusty, look what I found. Quiver. And look, you can put it on your back now.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe Cortez, if we ever found that crossbow,
Yeah, I was out hunting for one today, but I couldn't find
yeah,
one.
Honest Coin was asking if we had any canned drinks yet. I just told him
Jeez,
I'd
they
be
just
sure.
They just asked me
And
to
that
do it yesterday.
that was what he said. He was like, I don't know who I was asking yesterday about, sodas and beers and whatnot, and wondering if y'all had come across any yet. And I said I was not privy to that conversation, but I'll make a note upstairs. I'm sure if you mention it to one of the guys, they are on it. I said so. Just stop back by.
Yep, I do got one. I found one. I'll go to the bus
Oh,
station
nice.
when the sun rises.
Oh yeah, bus station's a good spot. We need to get a little igloo or a Yeti, a little Yeti cooler.
Oh, Rusty.
On
That's what they
wheels.
need them for. You remember Mario? His wedding is Sunday.
All right.
So they're asking us to try to find as much drinks as we can. That should be a good one.
Is Rusty gonna DJ?
Yeah, as long as they like,
I thought Rusty was gonna
as long as they like thrash
the
metal.
vows. We're
Thrash
gonna be
metal,
the wedding
excellent.
crashers. We're gonna be the wedding crashers, being Rusty.
I've got a feeling that somebody's in that industrial just by how many infected there were.
Yeah, and the fact that they're still there.
Yeah, they've been here. They've been there pretty much. Oh, I think someone just ran. Into the industrial, I think.
Yeah, I would assume that it is somebody coming back. You gave them, something to do. Now they're excited. Gives us something to do too, so it's all fair.
Find a map. No chocolate sewing kits, though.
I put 3/4 of one upstairs.
And I think, I don't know if I told Rusty, but oh damn it, they told me his name. Not Agnew. Shit. The guy in the lecture that's doing the mechanic shop. His name's like Agnew or something like that. I'm probably butchering it, but he's looking for a tarps.
Alright.
And I told Irish about the Bruce and his kind of wild and crazy posse that wants to put a trader down here. And I said, yeah, we'll definitely send them by and have them talk to you guys.
Oh, I'm hoping that one.
Nice.
But he was excited about the prospect of having a trader, so close to us that we could not protect, but obviously, we don't want any harm coming to traders.
Right.
You have to protect it somehow. I think every time I woke up today,
new shoes. Got me some new shoes from that baghead. I can move fast.
Nice. Man, you just took off. Jump. Let me see you jump. Oh, shit.
See that? Got extra.
That little spin. It gave you a little spin move at the top. Alright. Let's find this dude.
New Balances, About that time, you're pushing the over the hill.
Post-apocalypse,
When
they're called Old Balance, by the way.
Yeah. Time to rock the dad bod,
Should we... Could go either way. Rusty, what do you think? Should we bring the zombies in toward base or leave them kind of scattered as a deterrent out there?
I'd probably leave
Yeah,
them.
blow the whistle. I say bring them in.
Bring them? I was seeing how many I could get this morning and getting some head counts.
Oh. Hey, remember that Wolfpack WCW?
Oh, yeah.
Wolfpack back with the mass destruction. Yeah.
Oh, the good old days.
Good old days.
Man, some of these are just a tiny bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, white noise, smile your eye now.
probably wait for it to get dark.
Yeah, the sun's just come up, or just come up.
Oh, it just did? Oh, okay. Just a shitty storm rolled in.
Yeah.
I need to find a good place to get eyes. You know, the best place actually to get eyes on the docks is across the street in our garage. I might do that eventually.
Rusty was saying, hey, where's the car?
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find out, you know, like next couple days how that all went. That could be some interesting start of a new saga.
Yeah.
I mean, my guess is they all died, but I am curious where the car ended up. Bruce seemed to kind of know what was going on, so he did get there and back real quickly with that first load, but he just kept coming back with more and more and more people every time. It's like a reunion. They're like, Mikey, what's up? And everyone's high-fiving and shit.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I love seeing that. Oh god, that zombie just rushed in here fast. That's somebody. I like them being downstairs right here.
Smiley rhino.
You know, if they did come back so quickly, they're dealing with hard times, no doubt, with this weather.
Yeah.
And their get up, lack of resources. I
Well,
don't know how much time they're gonna have to seek revenge, type of deal.
Well, it was definitely a baghead that was aiming up at me.
Oh no, man.
The other.
Those bagheads are like more determined than Angos.
Yeah. Yeah, they do tend to
Well,
keep popping up.
what? Yeah, if you ever look out that window, be careful, because on that stockpile they can see you pretty much a headshot straight away if you look out of that window upstairs.
Right there? Yeah, okay. Yep.
And that was definitely a baghead that was aiming up. The fact that I looked out of a stairwell, I didn't get shocked. So I was looking towards the industrial, not that stockpile, and I saw their breath. Otherwise, I think, and then when I peeked again, they'd moved.
Yeah, I mean, the fact they didn't take the shot is kind of shocking, to be honest. Maybe they just didn't quite have it or didn't see you.
Didn't see me. I think they were fixated on that window because it's a clear headshot if somebody looks out of that window.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think there's a benefit in situations of, you know, like DEFCON 1 kind of stuff. I'll go across to the garage because it's such a different vantage point over there. And I feel relatively safe, because same goes for me. Like, if anyone's trying to get up in my building, you guys can take a pretty easy shot.
We had someone called Anastasia came downstairs and went, whereabouts am I? Prigger Rocky. Where? Prigger Rocky. Oh, okay, and then went.
Did it seem kind of odd, or just
A little bit odd. I mean, didn't really stop for anything,
Yeah.
just went.
Yeah. Yeah, half the time I feel like it's just casing the joint, seeing who's home, when, that type of stuff. But
Yeah.
I don't want to let them turn me, you know? I don't want to think that way, but it's hard not to.
Yeah.
Normally that's the case.
But there has been a lot, like I say, since we've woken up again, there's been a lot of people in the in that industrial.
Yeah. I see some more infected. I'm going to try to pull over here. I don't know if these are new ones or what.
Oh man, don't you do it. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Man. Takes me back, man.
like a good 5 or so down there.
Yeah.
Now we just need some dogs to show up, and we're, at least downstairs, we'll be pretty covered.
Hell no.
At first, I
we're
thought
not.
Gideon was messing around because
Right.
the other guy had shot some dogs.
Just quit carrying those sausages in your pocket.
That's what I first thought. That it was. That it was.
Okay, so we've grabbed all the zombies in proximity. But if we keep seeing more showing up here, to figure out what that means.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can't see him. I can't see any in the.
Angry.
I can't see any in the industrial, but that doesn't mean they're not in there. They're just gone from where I can see them.
Who's that?
I can't. Like I don't. I
You
said I.
see something?
No, I said I can't see any in the industrial, but that doesn't mean they're not there.
Copy, copy.
Sometimes they wander.
Yeah, every now and then I'll see one in a weird spot and go, oh shit. Or even way to the back right corner of that brick building before it. I've seen them way back there.
Yeah, because they were by the cars and on the stockpiles.
I mean, they typically have nothing to lose for the most part, so they're going to be pretty brazen, ballsy. Okay, there's another one out here, but I think he's been here. Let me see if he comes. Yeah, this guy's coming now. I don't know if he's a new one. I don't know where they keep coming from.
Yeah, so this is a baghead's baghead.
Comes another one down the railroad track. Shit.
And they traditionally have low caliber stuff. That's enough to put you down if they catch you out. Like BK-18, take you out no problem.
Maybe I should have thought this through a little better because I sure hope like some poor down on his luck guy in need of like real assistance rolls up.
Yeah, I think someone's still around. Yeah, so the first couple I think were slugs in there. Now I've got buckshot, but you could see like even with a vest, I think that the buckshot I must have hit him in the chest. I'll go back and look at it. I don't know if I hit him. Did I hit him? I had 20, didn't I? No, 21. I hit him. I think I shot 3 times.
Hey, do you need food, Gideon? I still have some of that fish from yesterday.
Yeah.
Here you go, here you go.
I went to Skilixie Island last night.
Yeah?
Picked up a dry bag for Donnie of the fire floods.
Nice.
Just got home. Hey.
Do you know? That's where I think that Dr. Borealis lives, or Boreas lives.
Really?
That's where I think they live. Yeah, on Skaliski.
That's. I feel like someone recently has mentioned something like that. I didn't know they were. Didn't know they were a doctor, but that name sounds familiar. Yeah, that attracts the infected as well, just the same as a whistle. Yeah, some was There you go.
some was definitely around. Yeah, because I first thought that Gideon was joking about that whoever was with him shooting the dogs. That's what I first thought that was going on. Why do you shoot them? Why do you shoot
Quick
them?
question. Is anyone opposed to using the nails we have to build a platform on this outer wall here so we can stand on it and shoot to the back of base from inside? I think we had a box. I don't know if we're hanging on to it for someone or what the deal was with it.
No, I mean I found one the other day. I'm not sure how many other ones we had, but they should be in the barrel.
I mean, do you want to hang on to them for trade or to give them to somebody? Or?
No. I mean we use them for ourselves first, and if we've got a surplus, that's different. But if we want to use it
Okay,
for
'cause
stuff.
I think we've got the lumber and everything. It doesn't take much, and there's a good spot right there at the back. I'll toss one up. They come in handy, man.
Oh, definitely.
Almost would be cool to have one right here on this wall, to be honest. Then you could get up over the top of this and kind of have an interesting angle on the docks. Right here.
Hmm.
Let me see how many it takes, but this would be a pretty badass perch, to be honest. You're protected from the left, so you've got your little 45 degrees of view in there. That's pretty cool. See what we can do.
Yeah, they're infected are back. They're back over the other side of the industrial.
Copy that. I'll get eyes this way.
And to the west as well, directly down the road. Somebody is lingering around.
Yeah, they're getting closer. I think you nailed it. They've probably been there the whole time just trying to survive. Get a few little scraps together. Well, if they get to the bottom of base, they're going to have a fight on their hands. I think there's like 7 dudes. Man, he's been practicing. Did not sound like that yesterday.
Hey there, Delilah. Oh. Oh, sweet Buttercup, Buttercup, where are you? Oh, sweet Buttercup, Buttercup, where are you? I needed you and missing you. Oh, Buttercup, where'd you be? Buttercup.
We don't even have to worry about shooting. We'll just let Gideon keep singing. I'll scare him off.
Hey, you've never been in love. Verse 2. 1, 2, 3. Oh, dear Buttercup, dear Buttercup, where dear Buttercup, where you be? Oh, dear Buttercup, where you be? Buttercup, where you be? He walks around and the whole world stops to dance. She's truly an angel. Quiet down, zombies. Quiet down.
Oh, someone running this way. Someone running this way.
Which direction?
It's
Up the train
probably-
tracks.
It's probably her.
Copy that. Copy.
No, gone to the hay bale.
Oh yeah, 2 of them. There's 2 of them. They're meeting in the middle. There's one here going after him. You see him?
Three of them. There's 3 of them.
Is that a purple armband? Yeah, double purple armband.
There's at least 3 of them.
Who's double purple? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's another one up here.
Legionnaires.
Legionnaires, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they were coming from.
They all looked identically dressed, didn't they?
The other, the first guy was kind of low, like had on a red school backpack and some skinny jeans and not a big rifle or anything. But the other two guys, the guy trailing was totally kitted out in camo, and the other guy I saw looked the same.
Yeah.
But they appeared to all be together. It didn't look like anybody was being hostile. But I didn't see an armband on the first guy.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. See how many zombies we got down there. Sounds like a mosh pit.
I know, right?
Yes. Do a stage dive. Do a stage dive.
They heard Rob Zombie was going to be here.
Yeah. See if you can crowd surf.
Dun-dun-dun.
Someone at the well.
Copy that.
Uh,
One at the well.
mountain backpack. Camo trousers. Looks like a Mosin on his back. No, it's not.
Okay.
Baseball bat. Baseball bat and a... looks like a stick. Baseball bat and a stick. This is DayZ Underground, Doug.
Found him a nice backpack though. I bet he hit a train. Must have seen a train up the road or something.
A community server.
Got some nice police pants on too.
This is
Just rolled to a left road.
this is the map. These are just some of the groups that are on here. This is the most up to date, but it's not quite accurate. But there's at least twice, if not probably 3 times, the amount of groups that are active most of the time. We're in Prigorocki, down by my left knee, right underneath the embassy. So there's quite a few groups that actually live on the coast. So you'll find that different to like Plan Official, where normally you just loot, get off the coast and get to the better loot areas. People have settled on the coast. So you'll see geared people all over, and not just coming down to shoot freshies. They actually live on the coast. it's lightly modded, more quality of life mods than different guns and ammunition. One of the easiest ones is on your hip pack, you've got the water bottle slot, but you can put binoculars, first aid pouch, a mail pouch, sort of like a little letter pouch, a quiver for your crossbow bolts. You can put a gas mask, you can put a canteen on there. So it's just little things like that.
Oh, looks like he's heading east, I guess. Oh no, he's still holding up.
And they're always slipping in little things that aren't necessarily like guns and ammo, but that just quality of life ones. So obviously the puffer jacket, but a woodland variant, you know, and they're always doing stuff like that, and you don't see it a lot of the time unless you see someone wearing it. But we just had a baghead. We just shot a baghead downstairs, so they wear a bag on their head. Funnily enough, that's where they got the name from, baghead. But they just randomly attack. They cause a bit of mayhem on the coast. Low caliber guns. They don't talk. They just shoot. And I think they shoot anybody they come across, apart from other bagheads who are with them. But somebody's still around, unless that person was waiting for them to appear before he appeared. But there was a lot of infected movement in that industrial. There still might be a little bit, because obviously they just ran past. But if they don't go within a few minutes, someone's still hanging around. And it looks like they're clear, but sometimes they go behind that fence there. They'll sometimes stand. If you get a skinny one, he'll stand behind one of those pillars and not move. You won't see him. But it could, that could be someone just waking up, doing a bit of looting and disappearing. But normally, from my time here, when you see that many, something normally happens. Because those ones are always around. So these ones are always kicking around. We cause these ones to appear. There's a dead one over there. That could have been that guy at the well. But they're just grouped together there. So there's still movement in that industrial. Obviously, it's not 100%, accurate. It's not, but it's an indication that people have caused them to wake up, because we don't cause them to wake up. So you normally find someone in the houses at the well, or evildoers lurking in the industrial when you see. And there's far back as the stockpiles. That could have been that guy. Wherever he went, he might have run west.
Hey, what you think? There's There's that one,
Perfect.
and the one on that outside wall in the back. This one I like, man, because those columns there are also kind of giving you a little headshot protection.
Absolutely.
This is kind of tucked in. The one in the back, you're a sitting duck, but, and I've been shot on the ones we put on the back at least 2 or 3 times. But man, they come in handy if someone's trying to pick the lock out there.
You just got to be a little bit careful of the swamp.
Yeah.
If they've
I
got
always, when I'm up here, I always get shot from the east. Every time I've been shot from the east, like in the swamp.
yeah, even to a certain extent,
But you can at least,
they can see over that wall.
yeah.
Even to the other one, if you're not careful, if you go and look to the swamp from that other one, you can see they can possibly get a shot.
Yeah. This would almost be just in case someone's back here, and you could get a shot on them just over the top of the fence if they're picking the locks.
Yeah.
You get a good angle on the glass building too. You can see the side back behind it right here where the carport little covering is, the awning. Oh, I got contact. Heading to the boat. Green mountain backpack. Is that our guy?
Possibly.
He had a green. He's at the boat right now. As soon as I stepped up there, I saw him going down the peninsula. He had a green mountain backpack. It looked like a bat and possibly
Yeah.
a rifle, so I'm thinking
That
it might be our guy.
That was the guy at the well. Yeah.
So obviously someone we know.
Oh, someone else running down the road. This side. Yeah, we've got contact this side again. The Legionnaires have gone back.
Copy that.
It's all kicking off. They're at the well now. They're at the well now. Yeah, at the well. Got a Vetba.
Yeah, there's one right here across the street as well, dancing around. You see him? They're bald, dancing around. I don't know why they're...
I can't see any arm.
Okay, well let's...
I can't see any arm. Did you definitely see armbands?
The first time I did. Hey guys, everything okay out there? Careful, there was literally someone right across the street here at that shed. They pushed right to the houses over here. They're pushing off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, they're not running with guns out.
No, I was on maybe 4. I'm wondering if it's that group, Bruce, and they would have stopped by though, I think. But it could have been his friends who we really didn't. We only chatted up Bruce, Mikey, and Nick, and one of the other dudes, and then the other 4 showed up later, so they may just not feel comfortable rolling up here. But one of them had, it looked like an M4 with the suppressor.
And yeah, and one had a
It had
Vetba.
a very... Okay, yeah, it had a little skinny barrel with the suppressor on it. So they're obviously getting out and about, hitting military and whatnot. Little surprised they didn't communicate, but whatever. I was slow to get the megaphone. I forgot where I put it. Those are definitely kind of groups, though, you gotta keep an eye on.
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say not shooting at somebody is friendly. Maybe they just chose this time to not shoot at the moment. Maybe the Legionnaires had run into them. Try to get some info.
Well, they were the
Four
same.
random guys.
Yeah, they were the same ones that ran the other way. I didn't see any purple armbands on.
The first time I saw one guy with two purple. He had one on each arm, and he was pretty decked out. Kind of looked like those guys, but I don't know why they wouldn't stop and talk to us, or especially if they heard the megaphone. I don't know, man. It's hard to know anything these days around here.
Yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
They got eyes.
They all went off to the east, but there was 4 of them again. We couldn't see armbands, and they'd made their way around the map, it looked like. Could be doing okay. Hey, Rusty. It looked like a purple armband with some sort of black insignia on it. Is that a thing?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay, because, you know, sometimes at a distance these play tricks on your eyes, but it looked purple with something black on it to me, so who knows?
There were some Christmas ones that have appeared in the Christmas trees. There's like 2 or 3 different ones of them that have appeared.
Have you seen a purple one?
Not that I can I remember, I think, a black one with like a green cannabis leaf sort of thing on it.
I wonder if it was something like that. And I only saw one of the 3 the first time with an armband, so it probably was just somebody had picked something up and put it on. What are the odds they'd be running with all these random people?
Hmm. It's all kicking off. All kicking off on the coast. Yeah, it looked like one I saw, the one in front that weren't dressed the same, definitely looked like he had a Vepper. So I think the only 2 modded guns, as far as I'm aware, there's colour variants of existing guns. There's different colour variants.
On the coast today.
But the modded, there's a Vepper and a Car 98.
Every time I've woken up, there's been people talking downstairs.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
the Car 98 takes Mauser rounds, so specific to that particular gun. and it's got its own particular scope, a bit like a PU, but a little bit different. And the Vepper is basically a semi-automatic cam, AKM, KAM. Might be up to no good, you just don't know. So throw into the mix bagheads being in the area, it gets quite confusing, and we'll probably get shot more times. The only reason I shot is because he pointed his gun, and I don't know whether I don't know how blinding the light is when you shine it in the face. You know, I don't know how. Obviously, it was dark, but I'm not sure how bright that is when you. How bright is this when I shine it in your face? I mean, I'm just gonna. Is that bright at all? Oh, you've got one. You've got one. No, I don't. It was at night, so it might have been a bit brighter. But that's how I picked him out downstairs in the toilets.
That's awesome. I mean, you saw him there before you shined the light, right?
Yeah, and I just had the light as a backup.
Oh man, I bet that was awesome.
And I think he ducked in. Then he sort of like he peeked and leant with his pistol, and I just shot then. And I had 2 slugs first, and then then it went to buckshot.
Yeah, these weapon flashlights are very underutilized. I mean, I get it; it gives you away, but it sure is great when you're using them.
And this is how sometimes like the conflicts begin. So he clearly shot that other dude. Just before nap time, you know, just before the server restart. Obviously came back in again to carry on, which is fair enough. But obviously I put him down. 1, he pointed a gun at me. 2, he shot somebody downstairs. And that's all it takes for them to now start like targeting us when they actually started it. And if that was like a talking group, that's the side they would say, that they were downstairs and we just shot them. You know, that's all you'd get, and that's what starts a lot of the rumours. And you know, but if they came and spoke to us, I'd say no, he shot somebody downstairs. Although I didn't see it, I mean, I'm surmising, but he also pointed a gun up at us. And unfortunately, you're not friendly if you point a gun. At all. I mean, that might have been a case. He might have thought.
I mean, was that Gideon? I think I got 2 more pieces.
I think he might have thought
I got like 5 pieces.
That it was a torch initially. Because I don't know if many people have them on their guns and use them. So he very well may have thought I was shining the torch. But I'm not sure how much it dazzles you at night. But he did try and duck in, and there was that slight little bit of a delay when I shot him, and he went uncon. But that's a stab vest for you. I think if he didn't have a stab vest on, he would have been.
Here comes the airplane.
I think the first one would have took him down if he didn't have a stab vest on at that range. I can't remember. I'll look back on it. I can't remember if I aimed or I hip fired. I can't really remember. That might just be their regular. I mean, that could have been the same baghead that was down on that stockpile just down here, looking straight up. Could have been the same one. So, well, I know Stella, but I'm sure Stella talks when I don't. As far as I'm aware, I don't think she's like a true, you know, OG baghead. I believe she wears it to get a reaction and gets coasted quite a lot because of it. I believe, but I've only met her, I think, once at Mufasa's Halloween thing. But I could be wrong. You know, I could be wrong. But like I say, bagheads are normally the only people that most groups KOS, just because they just terrorise whoever they bump into, be it freshies, be it groups, you know, low caliber stuff, just to cause a bit of disruption. Wow, welcome in, Bucky. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, when mine got blown up, Stella appeared not long after and was, oh no, mine, you know, there's my friend. But then I heard the car, because obviously there was no spark plug. But like I say, I'm not 100%. I don't really, you know, don't really know her. It might be a case that wherever they wake up, they get, this is bagheads now, wherever they wake up, that's the place they choose to potentially terrorise. That's probably a better way of doing it. You know, you wake up in Svet, you terrorise Svet. If you get coasted there, you wake up in Berenzino, you do it in Berenzino.
Hey, did you ever get a new lighter?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Can I borrow it really quick? I'm gonna light this in front of Gideon. He's down there freezing. I think he's zoned out.
There you go.
Bring it right back.
No problem. Yeah, I popped on a little bit today in between decorating and waiting for things to dry that didn't dry because it's colder. So it's taken a little bit longer than I anticipated. Also, I've probably done a bit too thick of a layer. I should have just not got, you know, I've got the time to let it go off. I don't need to try and do it all in one go. But yeah, I think I got coasted once, and that was someone that was, and again, it's so easy on solos. If you want to shoot somebody, you can, but the amount of people, I now run around with my gun out more just because the time it takes to get your gun out. But yeah, a guy come down, started to shoot me when I was in Buried City, and I got attacked by a spider as well. So I got attacked by a spider and he started to shoot me, and I got a couple of shots off on him, but he obviously put me down, But then as he was trying to put me down, the spider then jumped on him. But he managed to shake it off and then shoot it. And I was giving him a bit of, I was like, whoa, watch the spider, watch the spider. But yeah, he was, he went to punch me out. And then the spider jumped on him. And I couldn't crawl away fast enough. But yeah, that was the only one. I think I've had somebody else, was it a couple of people trying, I think. One guy just like, you know, started shooting, and I had a anvil, so that's heavy ammo, and I think I hit him 3 times, and then he must have had a green shield on. I wear a blue shield now, that takes a bit more damage. Yeah, and I put him down, and he was laying. I went, that wasn't very nice, was it? There's no need to do that. And then he killed himself before I had a chance to knock him out. But yeah, I think it is a really fun game, because it's got, you know, there is that difficulty. I suppose gear fear to a certain extent, because I've got like a legendary buttstock and some epic guns, and it is not wanting to but I don't really need to take them out, because I'm using the anvil and a kettle. You know, I might go for, because I lost my Renegade. Is it Renegade? I lost that, but I've actually found a blue extended medium mag 3, so I found a blue mag. But I think once you get a little bit of money together and you have the resources, you can pretty much get geared again. So it's if you
make a fireplace, if you're all just shivering and shit. Guy can't do it. Concrete.
Yeah, it's the carbon monoxide fumes you have to worry about.
Yeah.
What's this?
All that. Keeping you warm, man. Gave you all my fish. You warm. Told you some stories. Rubbed to eat.
Yeah, I bumped in. I definitely think solos. And I get the impression that sometimes if you get shot at randomly, it's people who have just started the game.
Gavin.
And they obviously they're thinking.
Those 4 dudes came rolling through, went to the well, saw us, and were like across the street just dancing around, really bizarre, back and forth. I got on the megaphone. I'm sure they heard.
I think they initially do it because they're expecting to get shot, because it is a you know, a PvP game. They shoot because they're expecting you to.
That's strange.
But the amount of people I've run into like high loot areas, and they just go about their business. You know, you look for a moment, and I think, yeah. So I think again, whether that is, you know, you're grouped into people that generally. I suppose new people gets put into like the less PvP groups, I guess, and then from that they then get up to whatever they want. Yeah, so I've got a blue medium mag on the Renegade. So I think that's 20 shots you get out of that. So I might take I don't want to take the Renegade, you know, and the Anvil. They're just 2, but the Anvil could be in high power. You can take a snitch out in like 3 shots if you hit it right. But you know, like I say, I watch the Burnt Peanut quite a lot when I get the time, and I don't think he quit.
There you go, Rusty.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. So,
I had a good grip on it.
yeah, yeah. And I don't think he quests at all. Whether he quests offline, so he can build different things up, but then when he goes live, he just PvPs. You know, he doesn't quest at all. He might sometimes try and collect things that he needs, but yeah, he just PvPs. So I think he probably quests because if you get the expeditions and that done, you can only really do that by loot and you know, random items, not necessarily just guns and ammo. So you must quest offline. But it is a good game. I think it's fast paced. You die, you can be straight back in again. You know, there's no cooldown. I like the fact that the free kits, they are restrictive, but there's no cooldown on them or limit to them. You know, and you can get quite well geared off a free kit.
Hey, this fire's gonna be burning for just another 30 seconds or so if you wanna get you some of this. Sweet goodness here. Out of your way. Hogging all the good stuff.
There we go. The smell of burning boot leather.
Yeah, it's nice. Trying to get my gloves just crispy enough without catching them on fire.
Yeah, it's like the singed effect.
Like the perfect marshmallow. Although I like a little flame on my marshmallow. If it ain't crunchy, you didn't do it right. Base in there too, sometimes that just burns those hairs right off.
Yeah.
Jackie's
Yeah, that jacket's badass, man. I'm not gonna lie. Can you put the hood up?
I was
Damn.
thinking so, but no, you can't.
It looks good.
I got the hat. Hold on.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Nope.
Do you have to have it in
Yeah.
your? Do you have to have it in your hand
And then turn it on. Or what-
and then flip it up, like the?
No.
What about your goggles? Take your goggles off just in case that's
Try to take your pants off.
lie on the floor.
Jacket'll work then. I need to find my toboggan again. Ah, it got ruined.
Trouble with that, I think that's going to, if it gets drenched, it's going to be a nightmare. So where were those guys looking to set up a trader's place?
Well, they were kind of undecided. And I'd mentioned to them someone had tried before down at Electro at the very end of the pier. Can't remember the guy's name, but there's that great concrete building like on the end of the peninsula, kind of all by itself. It's really nice. And he wanted to set up a trader, so you need kind of a big open air area like that. And then they were talking about the apartments, and I'm like, nah, apartments aren't conducive to a trader, man. It's too much in and out, too much traffic, and you're gonna have these little corridors and a lot of it just, I don't think it'd work. But I don't know. I don't know. I told them to talk to Fireflies, like we could help them out as far as trying to give them support. But it would be so nice to have a trader walking distance right down the road.
Mm.
So we'll see. I don't know what kind of traction they'll get. They definitely were all gung ho. Like they were ready to rock and roll, and we hooked them up with all kinds of goodies, and they were all freaking out. It sounded like they were at least going to stick around these lands, because it was kind of a cool, just a cool night. Um, but after that, who knows? Who knows? He bailed and went and picked up 2 more, and then he bailed and came back and had another 2. So I think there were 8 or 9 of them by the time they had it out, and I went to sleep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And so by the end of it, I'm like, damn, I'm glad that we were friendly to you guys, because at first it was just like 1 or 2 guys, and then it turned into 4, and then there were 6, and then there's 8, and they're all high-fived like they all knew each other. Because one guy would roll in, and they're like, Mikey, and everyone starts high-fiving and shit, like a family reunion. So should be fun. There'll be a very charismatic group coming in. These zombies are still hanging out here.
Yeah, and I think it is, like I say, if you're going out to, I think it's definitely different guns for PvE, PvP, with the mindset of what you take. You know, like I think the shotgun for close, for close encounters, I would say probably a shotgun and a renegade, possibly. But a shotgun isn't that great at arc, unless you're really, really close range. So it's sort of, you have to decide what you want to take. Yeah, we took down I think I got another thing to take down a leap. I think it was a leaper, but another guy needed to, so he sort of like just pointed towards it, flashed his light, because some of them don't talk. And we took down a leaper quite easily if you get in the right type of building. Oh, and there was a guy on Buried City as well. I think he was either in the free kit, but on the collapsed highway, he was just laying there sniping at people across the map, I think, with a what's the single shot gun that takes heavy ammo? Yeah, BK-18. Not Renegade, but that's what he had anyway, and he was I think he shot at me across the map when I was trying to complete a quest, and as I got a bit closer to following these flags, he hit me once, but I could see where he was, and I just went behind a car, and when he poked out, I obviously had the Renegade where you can shoot a bit quicker with the different stock and things on, and I think I hit him, but he also, unfortunately, when you get the arc land, he must have aggroed a snitch or something, because there was like 3 arc shoot down onto the ground right on top of him, and obviously I think they started to pepper him, and I think I took him out with a quite distance, but with a Renegade. I think I managed to hit him because his flare went up, and then I looted him. But I think at the moment a good percentage of people on solos are just trying to quest. But again, you don't have to. But yeah, I haven't got the PvP skills to really, you know, to go at it like some of them do, jumping around, sliding. I did hear that they nerfed the, they're supposed to be nerfing the trigger grenade today. But obviously that'll be today or tomorrow, but today.
Yeah. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, take your time.
I'm dreaming of lighting charcoal right now.
I hear you.
About to
I can
get
smell
slab
it.
of ribs.
Smell it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Rusty, you got plenty of fish? Hey, I got one piece left. You
No,
want it?
I've got a can of
about to go
I've got a can of peaches.
Oh, here, hold on to that. Take this. Peaches are nice.
Okie doke, thank you.
Beautiful peaches. Just for
Oh.
free. Look at. Yeah, I'm digging this one right here, man. This is a nice little.
Especially if they're not expecting people to look
Yeah.
from that direction. Because we've got
Yeah, if they're watching the back of base, like
Yeah.
from the glass house or one of these containers, this is nice.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you can just observe, and you have pretty good cover. Like your lower body and everything behind you is pretty covered.
Yeah. And
Yeah, all the way
also,
to the
even if somebody if you just kneel down and stand up there to get their attention, say they're on Glass Factory, someone from the cam nets here can shoot them.
Yep.
Be fixated on where you are.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I think that must have been the infected must have been that group. They must have been if there was like yeah, I think that must have been that group. The infected
Hey.
must have been,
Yeah, yep, because there was a bunch of them. Makes sense.
and they must have been waiting for each other to wake up or something. That's why they were hanging around.
I have a feeling it was probably part of that group from yesterday. A big group like that, unknown in this area suddenly with that kind of gear. They did say, yeah, we like to get out and get into the military and do stuff. For all we know, they stayed up 24/7
Yeah.
trying to get set up. All right, Gideon, let's
Yeah,
see.
But I don't see them not stopping by to brag. They
Well,
look.
Yeah, and it could have been some of those last four that showed up that really didn't talk a lot, you know? I don't know. If it was Bruce or Mikey or any of those, Nick, they would have stopped by for sure. Because they were like the original ones.
Is it the
Some of
Bruce
those
that
guys
we
at the
know?
end, I didn't even talk to.
Is it the Bruce that we know?
No, this dude was, he knew of some of the groups around here enough to where, you know, he's visited here before. But he was, I would say he's new. He
Because
hadn't been around recently enough
And
to know
this
anything.
Bruce sound like he was from
Almost like New Jersey.
oh
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
that wasn't that wasn't the
Get outta
Bruce.
here.
Yeah, that wasn't the Bruce I knew. Yeah.
Yo, Mikey!
yeah. Polly Shore, Bruce.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm good. If you want to go fish, do we have a bag to carry or just what? My backpack's all the way empty.
Polly Shore. I mean, Polly D. Sorry.
I knew it's you, man. I'm like Polly Shore.
Jersey Shore. I'm
Jesus.
sorry.
Pretty funny. Alright, Rusty. I'll try to refrain from blowing the wolf mating call only if we're in trouble.
Yep.
You'll know probably long before that.
Yeah.
Make sure I got no salt. Nope.
My laugh of the day.
Do we want to take this big dry bag? See if
Yeah, we can.
I'll carry it down there. You carry it back.
Where are the locks?
On the floor for the back door, and probably in a tent for these here. I'd normally try to find a tent spot.
Yeah, I've got them. Yeah, I see where they are.
Okay, and then yeah, cool. The other day I woke up and Gideon and I had been messing around, and I'm like, oh, these two upper gates were just wide open. We left the locks in the tent. We didn't lock it up. Luckily, no one jumped up. It was only for like an hour, but still, you know, that'd be the 1 hour some shit goes down. All right, we'll be back, man.
Yeah.
Gideon, you already out here? Trying to avoid these zombies. A bunch of them. There we go. This one works.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's that's what they run around with, as in a true baghead. Low caliber stuff. I mean, that was chambered, so it didn't have a magazine. So perhaps it wasn't them shooting. Yeah, perhaps it wasn't them shooting, because that was definitely like a few rounds getting shot. But that's what they normally do. Low caliber stuff. And terrorise. 'Cause again, an IJ, you know, headshot somebody, you knock them uncon. But some people, you know, when you put the burlap sack in your hands, I don't know if you can still cut this up. Yeah, so you can still make strips out of it. So when sometimes you'll go to cut that up, you'll get the option to cut eye holes. So people do then realise it's a little hood and think, oh, it's brilliant, it's a little hood. And they run around with it on their head, but not realising that it's obviously there is on the start screen when you load into the game. Sometimes there is a cut scene with a baghead, so they are quite, you know, like a lot of things, they're quite active, then they become dormant. Now, whether it was a group, you know, of bagheads, or it was just a theme you could be, but like a lot of the groups, they appear and disappear into the shadows and then to reappear a few months later or a few years later, depending on what's going on. So they reckon there was a cultist overwatching Pooster. To see what was going on. Interesting. Oh. That sounded pushed away. Oh, 1025, 1025. Anybody on?
No 25 Rusty, you copy?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was a single shot that sounded like it came from Pooster.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell down here, man. It sounded like the docks or something.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I'll if I hear anything else. It was. I'm not sure where you've gone. I don't need to know, but I've just seen some movement in the industrial again. But depending on your location, it might have been you.
Correct. Quite likely. Quite
Yeah.
likely. All right, I'll check. If I hear gunshots, I'll pull the radio back up.
Yeah, I'll turn off right now.
I don't.
And that's what you have to do. See if you hear gunshot, if you got your radio, just pop that on. Now, you could be in Discord, like Arc Raiders is like TeamSpeak and stuff like that. So, but I just like the fact that you can mess up. You don't know what's going on. I enjoy. If it became like a massive issue, like we were constantly getting attacked by people, and we had, I'd use Discord. I got no problem with that. But where possible, you try and keep it as in-game as possible. So you just don't rely on it. Because already now playing Arc Raiders, my middle mouse button is your ping button. Pinging different locations and stuff like that, and even sliding like Gideon when we played Arc yesterday and came back onto here. I think we were both trying to slide as we were running. It was, but you come to rely on like having a map, being able to ping a point on it. And I've seen like there are DayZ servers with that, with the facility to have a map and you can set waypoints. And again, if that works, that's brilliant. That's whatever you enjoy. That's the main thing. I don't mind dark nights, but it can be very limiting, especially people watching you if it's pitch black. Even with gamma, with that little touch of gamma I put on the stream screen, it's very limiting. Because I can't see where I'm going if I'm in the woods, so it is very limiting. But I like the nights they've got here because they're just perfect. I think for enabling you to run around in the dark for a little bit or hold up for a little bit and then carry on when it gets lighter. But it's But yeah, like I say, whatever you like is the most important thing. You know, if you want, you know, there's plenty of servers out there. You know, if you want the one where you can ping the map, or they bring a map up. So now I know Ulterior. When I first played that, I don't know what version but that had a map feature when I first played it, so you could find out. Or was it? No, it weren't Ulterior. It was Bitterroot. I don't know what version or whose version of Bitterroot I played, but it had the map feature, and it was quite good. You know, when you're on a brand new map where you don't know where anything is, it's quite good to be able to find your way around. Well, like I said, it's whatever you enjoy. That's the main thing, and I prefer mostly vanilla. Don't be sick. Perfect. And because I ate all that deer, and I'm not obviously running around in the cold anymore, my food has stayed up quite a while. But like, so whoever that group was, if that was like the new traders, we couldn't compete with them gun-wise. You know, but they will find competition, you know, and then you're competing for people for the decent guns, the ammunition that isn't easy to find. But I suppose if you're a self-financing traders, you probably got, I won't say a limitless supply, but that won't be too difficult, because people, I know you have to trade stuff. Say on there, is it desync? Can't read what the rest says. Is it A32? I can't read what that other bit says. It's going to get dark again soon. So he said there. He said in electro, didn't he? He said electro. So where Couch was saying where they'd set up before, or where a trader had tried setting up before, was, I think that I don't know if we can actually see it, but that where the anchor is right by the square that's 1013. So in electro, essentially, I think he means that big concrete building just to the southeast of that blue anchor you can see in the sea. Is that little one on the peninsula there. It's one of those big concrete industrials. You've got good visibility, I think, for people coming up. Obviously people can come in by boat as well. But yeah, I don't, he said the apartments, but I know what you mean. It's difficult to, I mean, you could probably have different rooms for different items and stuff like that, but most of those apartments have got one way in, and you are limited to trying to fortify. You know, you could have loads of little rooms, but it's just, you know, you're not going to stop people raiding you. Thought I heard someone pull a gun out. It could have been me rattling. Yeah, you do rattle. Get battle rattle, as they call it. I think, to me, it's quite a time-consuming. Yeah, I agree. I mean, so hats off to the Eastside traders and ORCC. ORCC, I think, were the original traders. I don't know if there's been any other, like, as in specific trader groups, because the ORCC is a faction now, I believe, or they have been for a while. But that is you know, that takes some dedication. You know, it's a thankless task in that way, because people want stuff. You haven't got stuff. You need to get stuff. Then you get raided. And then you have to get stuff again and get set up. Now, I think some of the groups do help them out, because that helps them out in the long run. But I think when Dam raided them, I wasn't awake, but quite a few of the groups ran up there to help them out and help, like, rebuild and everything, because I think Dam was... Did they put on the radio, you know, come up and help yourself? And I think they were just throwing stuff over the fence for people. But yeah, I think it's one of those ones that, you know, you need to be dedicated as a trader, because you need to be on, because they're all player traders. There's no AI traders. And, you know, you need to be there when people are there, so you need people for different time zones, potentially. Because you've got, say, the East Side traders at Krasno Airfield, and then you've got the ORCC and Cinestock. So, where are we? There we go. Yeah, so they're in Cinestock by the big barns there, and they've got a building complex, I think, there at the East Side traders. I think location there is important, because obviously they get everybody from Tizzy and the airfield running to them, and I guess they get people from the gas zone. You've got that military, you know, you get convoys and trains all the way down there, so they'll get people travelling. So it's handy having, you know, both locations. So I know people that haven't got a base, they'll farm Tizzy and the airfield and then run straight to there. But it's not that much further if you, like, run across the thing to get to them. But, you know, getting a boat past Riffy boat and then just running straight west and drop your stuff off. But it just depends if they're in. But yeah, it is one of those ones that I think the idea sounds quite good, but practically, if you're not a little bit dedicated, it can become, you know, because to be a trader, you need to obviously be able to trade. And I know when they start off, you know, they need to get nails, they need to get a gate on, they need to get inventory, but they need to then secure their inventory. They have to protect themselves from getting raided. So you need the people there as well, and you need to have the place to do the business. And you need the storage, you know, like cars and things, people trading cars. I think the ORCC has got the big wooden barn where they keep all their cars. Yeah, they've got the big wooden barn, but I've not been up to Eastside Traders for a long time. But I think we've been fortunate because we've found quite a lot, and obviously I think we've traded with nails for people down here, or people have been fortunate enough to just give us nails that they've found as well. So it's been like a bit of a you know, I think Cortez has given us some. I know Bucky gave us I think it was a 4-dial or nails and or nails. I know Monk has found them. I think Jack had found them as well, and I know he found another box, but obviously was cutting up an animal and got coasted with them. But it's yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got to be dedicated because you need people to go out and find the stuff as well. And they'll know where to, you know, it's bad enough trying to get a base established, but then trying to get a base established, I know it works hand in hand. People will trade stuff for stuff, so you'll have people who don't need base building materials will find nails and 4-dials. And not need them, so they'll get guns and stuff, and you'll get people who need base building materials will trade guns. So I understand how it works, but and that's why the East Side Traders, I mean, they get rid of their. We've had Northern Oasis do it as well. They brought down a cache of guns a couple of times. I think it was last storm or the one before, and they've done it a few times. They rather than, I suppose, they just put them in the fire. If they can't get rid of them, like SKSs, they probably get quite a few, so they give us the surplus. So if I find any like ballistic vests, I mean stab vests with a leather kit is enough for me, but if we find any ballistic vests or big backpacks, we know where they're. I think that's my battle rattle. Yeah, I think I hit him twice with 2 slugs, and obviously the first one put him down. The other one, I think, hit him. I'll have to go back and watch it when I. Definitely hit him with the first one, which knocked him uncon. I think I hit him with the other one and then put him down with the buckshot. I mean, there are loads of places we can get shot from, but there's also loads of places we can look out from when we've got people in here, and you're not necessarily going to see this gap. If you look at them, we've got quite a good. As soon as you start wiggling around, like when I popped up here and I saw the baghead lying on that stockpile by that, just where that corner is, but looking there, they didn't see me because I was here for a while looking into that industrial and then just glanced down. I think they're partially obscured by my hotbar there, but I saw the breath, and that's when I ducked back down. But then when I looked out again, they were still there. So when I was trying to aim, they'd moved. But yeah, that was a fantastic place for him, because I mean, I was looking there. I mean, the more I look now, the more I'm not even looking at that part of the screen. As soon as I saw the breath, that I looked down. But there's quite a few little places. If they're over in that industrial, you can get. You know, if they're on the thing, so there's little gaps here we can look out of. There's quite a few different areas, but this isn't a fortress. You know, it's easy to attack us. It's easy to shoot at us. Absolutely, John's Mayday. Yeah, I think, especially here as well, I don't think the helmets have got the same ballistic as they do on official. We normally go for, the only thing I've worn a stab vest because I think it has got a bit more protection, because I shot that guy with the shotgun slug and he went uncon earlier on. Well, I hit him 3 times, so I think it did have some. But here, plate armor is difficult to find anyway, and also, like on official, you can repair it with leather kits. Here, you have to use epoxy, and epoxy nails and 4 dials are the most valuable items in the server. Because there's not many of them, and I think it takes either a whole stick or half a stick to repair plate 1 quality level. So if it's badly damaged, it's either going to take you a whole stick to get it to worn, or it's going to take 2 sticks to get it to worn. They've done it on purpose, so they want them to be valuable. So the shooty groups, that's the same with ballistic vests as well. They take epoxy to repair them, when normally that would be leather. But yeah, the weight, and that's why I'm not a fan of. Yeah. We normally, it's only because this offers a bit more protection, and I've got used to the. I did have a big backpack which offset the storage loss, but yeah, we normally go for a military vest with storage, or assault vest and butt pack. But yeah, I normally I think we've been. I think range has saved us quite a lot. I think I've only just started wearing this because I did get one tapped when I was cutting down a tree, and you're 100% right. Here you normally just get one shotted, so. And we normally, if you go on a loot run, you need to pick stuff up. So I think for us, we go for normally, I mean, the raincoat. So what we wear here as part of our group are the combat pants and the raincoat. Anything else here you can chop and change. But the raincoat is a big thing, and the pants, people recognise us for wearing this, obviously, and the armband. But yeah, the assault vest with a butt pack and a big backpack, you're laughing. And that's why I prefer like having a stamina affected server and not unlimited stamina. I've never been a fan of unlimited stamina. Again, it works on some servers, but I've never been a fan because of that reason. If you've got plate and somebody's like a freshie hasn't got any, the freshie should have more stamina, or at least to get a bit of distance. You know. Nomad, welcome in. yeah, it would normally be, you know, the thing that I find about like vanilla DayZ, it's a game of choices. You know, it's making those decisions like what gun you can pick up and the pluses and minuses, the pros and cons of having that particular gun. Whereas if you could put the same scope on all the guns, you might as well just have one gun. I'm new to the game and reach the level of hunting others and devs. What do you mean, get rid of plate? Well, I think, again, some servers... so, we live on the coast. And again, this is an RP server, but don't let that put you off. I mean, this is the map. I always show this to people. So this is just a snapshot of some of the groups that are active. There's probably 2 or 3 times the amount of groups that are running around. These are the the ones that have either made it on the map or their factions. So the Fireflies are a faction. Oh, Blackthorn. But I'll have to double check. I think ORCC are, the Coalition are, the Dam are, Steroy, the neutral zone, so the Overlook. Oh no. Good job I went in the middle of something then. As in... That does happen a couple of times. Hopefully I'll get back in, there's not a massive queue. Or it's happened to a few people and I can get in. So yeah, we live on the coast and we make do with what we can find on the coast. So we can find the R12s at the... I normally run with a double barrel because we can find them pretty easy. And a Mosin aren't too difficult to find. A couple of the towns inland about 10 minutes away you can generally find a Mosin. Ammunition is difficult to find. Shotgun not so much, but you only find it in like batches of 1 or 2 rounds. You don't... Shotgun ammo you can find in boxes, but other ammunition is generally, unless you go hit the military zones, is normally you know. So yeah, so we make do what we can find on the coast. So I've got a Derringer to put dogs down. We can find Glocks and Colts. Hopefully I get in. Yeah, we're back in. Yeah, unofficially it's when you get one tap for platinum helmet, kill these things. I think, because I'm not very good at PvP. I mean, I'll shoot back if I'm shot at, but I don't, even on official, I very rarely go hunting players down. And you only get better at PvP if you practice it. Because for me, like you say, DayZ, for me personally, my DayZ PvP is getting shot by somebody I haven't seen or shot at by somebody I haven't seen. And generally, if they've shot at you first and you don't see them, they know where you are. You know, you don't know where they are. So if I all of a sudden take a round as I'm looking through here, there's a few windows they can be peeking out of. I don't know where they are. You know, I could try to get a better position, you know, but more often than not, they'll one-tap me and I won't have a clue. Because here on this server, they... if you are one-tapped, there's no indication. If you get a one-shot kill, like a headshot, you just fade to black. There's no direction. There's nothing. You just literally get you are dead. Yeah. But yeah, we make do with what we can find. So normally I'll have a double barrel. As soon as I've got an R12, I think somebody gave us this, but we can find them at there's like 3 police events that are close to here that if we're lucky enough. I think we found Scorpion, I think we found a couple of R12s, the SSG, and the single action shotgun. But we tend to be not so much a shooty group. We'll shoot if we're shot at, or if we're defending the base, we'll shoot. But we don't go out. Very rarely do we run around with our guns out. It's just what we do as our particular group. We try to be, or we try as best as possible to remain neutral. So we don't really care what group comes past. If they need help, they get help. You know, a bit of fish, some medical, and off they go again. Because we couldn't sustain an attack off any of the big groups. They would just come in and steamroller us, and they know that. So we're tolerated by, you know, we're liked by some of the groups because we help them out, but we're tolerated by the rest of them who we're not worth them wasting their resources. They'd rather go against a group where they're going to have a bit of a challenge. This, from the outside, this base looks quite impressive, but it's just a concrete industrial building that we put some cam nets against. And it's more to stop us from getting shot at from the industrial. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think the last time I got shot on official. Because again, I don't go chasing shots. I think we did when me, Bucky, and Mufasa went on official Chernarus hunting Christmas trees. We did no, because Bucky, did you get unconned? I know Mufasa got, I think, unconned, and I think Bucky got unconned. They must just got lucky shots, because we were all pretty much geared. I think we were all pretty much geared, and I'm sure they both got knocked unconned because they were closer to the dudes than I was. Yeah, I think they both got knocked uncon and managed to fall into like the grass or fall into a tree, so they couldn't get seen again straight away. And they both came round again. I think it might have just been unlucky shots for you, because generally, I mean, I've hit somebody in the head, and it all depends what caliber I think they hit you with as well. Because I can remember being on official, and I had an IJ, that little military camp just above Krasno. I hit a guy in the head with an IJ and knocked him uncon, but I chambered it and I panicked and ran at him, and then he came round again just as I got to him. He came round again and obviously put me down with a shotgun, because I was literally fresh with an IJ, chambered IJ, and he was lying on a body that he had just killed somebody, and he was looting the body, and I just looked through the window and popped him, and I could tell he was uncon straight away. And I should have just chambered another one and shot him in the head again. But yeah, so I think unless something has changed, I think they might have just been unlucky shots or lucky shots, depending on who got shot and who done the shooting. But I know the caliber has got a big, so I've been hit. I was stood, this is when it happens again, so I was stood about here.
Woodsman?
The fucking Woodsman.
Oh, Scotty, thank you very, very much for the sub. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much. So I got shot from, this is when it happens again, we had somebody plaguing the industrial, so I got shot from somebody peeking that door there. That little building with the triple yellow chimneys, he was in there, and that's like 900 meters away. And I think he had a Mosin, possibly an SKS, but a Mosin. and I only had a normal vest, and he hit me from there because I was stood pretty much where I am now, but we weren't even looking that far. And I just staggered. I just went, ugh, like when you trip over a tripwire. That's what it. But yeah, I like staggered round here, and obviously my vest was ruined, so the distance saved me. Then I think it must have been a suppressed Mosin, because I just went as I was standing here. That's why I put the cam nets up, just to block the view a little bit. But yeah, that was like 900 odd meters away, and I think I've been hit unconned from. I was looking at somebody. We downed somebody here by that shed on the corner. You can't quite see it. Somebody was peeking around that corner, looking to take a shot at us, so I put him down. And I think somebody else was either at the checkpoint, the swamp, and obviously hit me through here, because I was too fixated on the body. I was stood here, and they must have been anywhere up there. And obviously I got knocked uncon and was able to sort of wiggle away. Yeah, no, dogs. So this is a fantastic mod. You know, this is like quality of life mod. You got the dogs coming in?
I got you, Gideon. You've got the gate. We're good.
Yeah, you've got a bit of time. I've just heard them. Yeah, I think.
Got the door. Tell me when.
They're not in sight yet. Yeah, this is a good quality of life mod. I mean, yeah, they're at the train tracks, just coming up past the trains. Yeah, so there's Dobermans, Rottweilers, Pit Bulls, and Alsatians. That's obviously a Doberman.
Probably while the dogs are out, they can
Pit
smell
bull.
it. Oh shit, here they come. Those big old healthy mutts.
Yeah, there's 4 of them, yeah. Yeah, I think, again, yeah, no, I agree, but I think caliber has got a lot to do with
And
it.
I remember that back in the day, they probably still do, but they used to chew their way through the walls.
Yeah, we've had them up on here before. I think that's the Malinois in them. Are we leaving these, or are we going to put them down?
We can leave them unless we see some, you know, keep them until we don't need them
Uh-huh.
type of thing. It is interesting to see when they run off, like they're onto something.
Yeah. Yeah, that is always a good thing to have. They can't get us; they go to somebody else. I started on console.
Yeah, and if it's anyone we know coming to see us, they'll be capable enough to, you know, not die.
Oh, so if you did move across, I always say this: if I'd have started, if you did move across, I mean, I was fortunate enough I got a PC just for DayZ, but I played on console for it must have been 3 or 4 years at least before moving across. But yeah, if you play on mouse and keyboard, if you did move across, you wouldn't have any issue on like official vanilla maps. It's almost identical. A little bit of performance.
Stuff to make a drill kit, and everything.
A little bit of performance and the inventory, but it's almost identical. But then you'll have the benefit of all the other maps and mods, because they can do quite a lot on community. Not modding in the same way you can get modding on PC, but you can do often the change of what you can do with custom areas and other bits and pieces that people have done. But that's why I prefer the official type maps, because that's what I've started on. I started on Livonia, then moved to Chernarus, and obviously got Sakal when it come out, and I'll also get Badlands whenever that releases. But yeah, I think a lot of it has got to do. Yeah, I know what you mean, because if you get a headshot, depending on distance, you should get some time to. But I know the uncon timers. I can't use this as a guide because I think they've been tweaked a little bit here to make it a little bit different. Because obviously there's a taser on here. Let's go upstairs. That should de-aggro. With the taser, you're out for ages because they've got a taser here. And when the Mango tased Mufasa the other day, Mufasa was out for a long time. But you're right. I mean, the for being able to survive without having to worry about building a fire, I've started using the bark, 2 pieces of bark to cook my stuff if I need to use a house. But yeah, cooking pot, and I use a cooking pot as a canteen. Just because it's easy to drink out of. I don't like putting the canister and the cooking head on it because to use it to drink, to use it to drink out of is you have to take it off. You can't just pick up and drink it. So I tend not to. But yeah, the cooking pot and gas stove for being able to stealth cook. But yeah, I just like to be able to put that in my hands and walk. Whereas if you've got the cooking pot on, it's a couple of steps more that you have to do. You have to have space to put that in there, then put that back in there, and then drink out of it. Whereas I can just drag that into my hands and at a pinch. Obviously, you can cook over a tripod with that if you make an improvised stand. And this is another little mod that, again, obviously you'll know on official. They're the 2 panels you can make: a wall and a gate and a tower. They're like the three things you can make. Oh, you can make a platform as well. But on here, it's such a good idea putting in a little half door that fits in with the rest of the theme of it. So you can just fence off little areas like that. But this is a community base. It's not. It looks impressive, but we just need to be protected and getting shot from the hills because it's an open server. Anybody can join. So occasionally you have crackheads that will shoot at you from the hills because they think it's a bit of a challenge when we're here really just to help people out. That's what we're mainly here for. It's just to help people out. It's but there's so many places we can get shot at from here, and we do on a regular basis. Normally new people who come to shoot at us pick like the usual few places. There's 3 or 4 nice places that people go to shoot at us from, and it's generally always the similar places, but there's loads of other little spots they can get if we're not careful. But like I say, we're not a shooty group, and if we're inside here, we've got enough food and water. we're not chasing them through the industrial, whereas the shooty groups would be chasing them through the industrial. But quite often we've found out through, you know, trial and error that it's normally more than one. So you go running out there and you end up getting ambushed around a corner or in a shed. So unless somebody's in danger, there's no point going out there. And yes, you can spawn in again, but we try and keep every life as a life and not realise realise, oh, you're just going to spawn in again. We try to kind of keep alive without wasting our lives. Yeah, so yeah, that's to them it's the best time because less people are going to be on and they're not going to get contested. Whereas here, more often than not, with a lot of the regular groups, when they raid, ideally you're not supposed to offline raid, but the idea is because this is like an RP server and it's been going now 12 years. The server has. The whole point is raiding when people are there, so you then give them an opportunity to react and then respond with a counter raid or other stuff. It does still happen, you know, because if people are from different time zones, they're not necessarily going to wait. Because obviously for me, the next restart is 1 o'clock in the morning for me, but it's like mid to late evening in America. So a lot of people, if they put the kids to bed or they're finished work, will be getting on. So if they choose to do it then, you know, but most of the time I don't think that's purposefully wait until, I think it might still happen occasionally, but most of the time we'll be here and you'll hear the Legionnaires getting raided in Chernarus, or you'll hear Blackthorn, the Legionnaires raiding Blackthorn, and it'll happen at peak time because they want them to find out. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And here, anybody can get raided, even the traders. Even the traders get raided. There's no AI here; it's all players. Well, AI, obviously, other than the dogs and the infected and the animals, but the actual players are all real players. And anybody can get raided. You know, as soon as you put a base up, you can get raided. But it's not like just destroying the whole base. Yeah, I know. I know on some PC servers they'll have like raid weekends, so there's no raid and they turn base damage off until like at a certain time, be it like, I don't know, midday America time, or depending on where the server is, and then they turn it on then, so they want everybody to be on and able to do it, you know, so there's no base raiding. But I think on official, the problem with the official...
Is he downstairs?
I'm still here. I'm just
Okay.
keeping a little eye out. Yeah, that's where we normally get shot from, that hill up there, Shooter's Hill. But we can also get shot from up there in the swamp. But I think the difficulty with official servers, and that's PC or console, is there's nobody really monitoring them for anything like that. I think that would be a dedicated team, you know, and covering so many servers. I just don't think they've got the people power to monitor all the servers, because you know, with the exploiters and stuff like that.
There you go, ma'am.
Oh,
That.
oh, look at that! Some finest rod core. Was this from the rod that the crackhead gifted us as well? We had we had a
Huh?
that crackhead had a fishing rod on him. I think we had a
Oh.
yeah. I've still got my peaches, and I took some pieces there. Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect.
Man, it's the longest I've seen it go without a blizzard. in quite a while.
Yeah, and it was
Shouldn't
like,
have said that. I probably shouldn't have said that.
well, this is how I woke up to this. I woke up to this and then went on a little bit
Oh,
of an
wow.
excursion, and all of a sudden the wind picks up, it gets darker, and then you can't see the wall down there.
Yeah, it gets bad.
Yeah, I think
When it's
that
bad. It's getting bad.
that is the thing on on community servers. Obviously they have rules if you want to play on the server, but the problem is if you have too many rules it gets restrictive, but if you don't have any rules, I just killed 2 players in M67 and over 20 but yeah, I mean, I've been on I think we were on an official Livonia server, and we found a base that had been raided, and somebody had put a gate back up, so we raided it again, and they had all sorts of stuff in there. I had a couple of console servers, Livonia and Chernarus, and I used to wipe it on every patch. I usually just wipe the server, but the night before I would just go around just checking, and the amount of loot some people amass was crazy. But that is a difficult thing with official servers. There's nobody really monitoring them, unless I suppose they get loads and loads and loads of tickets or complaints or something. They might. I don't know if so I think you can still fill in the not like the bug tracker, but I'm sure there's something you can fill in. But again, unless they get loads and loads of people reporting stuff, I just don't think that even gets looked into, because I just haven't got anybody dedicated to doing that, I believe. As far as I'm aware, like I say, I'm not. And some people do, they do live on one particular server and make it their home, and they will build a mega base through normal means. They'll take over, a building, and they'll just keep. But quite often, when you see a base on official, it's not there for long, unless you're there to defend it. Yeah, and unless you're there to defend it, it's going to get raided. And depending where it's built as well, because quite a lot of people always build up near Tizzy, in those towns to the west of Tizzy. Let's get away from getting shot from there. Yeah, all those up at Starry Yar, there's a couple of little barns that are around there. So if you're close to a base, people will raid it. But yeah, the whole point of is having a base like I think on Spaggy's servers. He'll just go, if you build a base, you defend it. They don't have time to, obviously, unless they're cheating. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I fell foul of getting too excited because again, I don't PvP that often, but there's been a couple of occasions where you get carried away, you get a bit excited that you've just killed somebody after they've tried shooting at you, and yeah, I can remember killing 2 players, and there was a third. That was I don't know if it was a trio or a third party, I'm not sure, but yeah, I took out 2 up by the summer camp near Servergrad. I saw them following me through the trees, so I hid behind a little footbridge, and as they came past with a double barrel, I put one down as he came running past, and the other one I think I hit him, but then he ran off, and I hit him again, broke his leg, and then I put him down. And I was buzzing because I just took 2 players out, and then I went to loot the body, and I heard a twig snap, and I sort of like looked up, didn't hear anything else. Obviously carried on, and then got lit up by a suppressed MP5 or something. And again, ulterior as well. A guy shot a blaze at me, 2 blaze shots, missed. I took him out with a single shot barrel shotgun, and got all excited, went over to the body, and his mate must have been by the fence, and again I got coasted then. So yeah, you're 100% right. There's nothing wrong with overwatching a body for a little bit. Even move position so you can get a view on it from a different angle, because I did get flanked by somebody. They were up at the airfield, and I don't know whether they just, but they were standing on top of the wire baskets. I don't know if they were punching the infected or shooting the infected. Well, I had a blaze, and I was in the tree line. I see these 2 people just stood at the airfield, at the tents at the north of the airfield, and I double blazed one of them in the chest. I flanked round and was overwatching the body, but I think his buddy flanked round the other way and obviously caught me unawares because I was fixated at the body from a different angle. But obviously I heard the footsteps too late, so he took me out. But yeah, you're right, yeah. But yeah, 2. I bet when they hear the poomph as well. Yeah, you hear the poomph of the. Because I did find an M79 at. Must have been a heli crash or something. And I had 2 gold tops. And I was just messing around, and I saw somebody by Crescino running through the tree line towards the airfield, and I shot. I only had a BK, so I shot a bit of the BK with him, and I should have used the M79 then, because he went prone in a tree, and I could see exactly where he was. It was at night, but I could see him silhouetted in the tree, and I should have got the M79 out because they wouldn't have seen that coming. But I did fire it in his direction when I left. I just threw the M79 on the floor. That was just, I didn't want to take up too much space with something that I weren't really going to use. But they're really good for base raiding, the grenade launchers, because they do a lot of collateral damage as well. So they're quite handy. But on here, if you follow the server rules when you base raid, you're only supposed to burst down the walls you need to get in. You're not supposed to destroy the whole base, trash all the tents and stuff. Take what you need by all means, but don't dump everything on the floor so it despawns. Don't strip all the walls down. You're supposed to just break in. You're supposed to break in, to get in. To get into every layer, you can do that, but you're not supposed to blow whole rows of walls up if you can just take one out. But when we got raided, so when they raided us, obviously they blew that door because they were using M79s. It blew the steps out as well because they blew the bottom gate. They blew the bottom gate out and actually blew the steps out, so then they had to come round to one of the side doors and blow their way through that as well. That was quite funny. Oh, yeah.
A bunch of fish in the tents up there, and the whole backpack's still full, sitting on the bricks.
Perfect. Yeah.
I'll put this beer up here for honest coin. I'll just find somewhere to stash it.
Yeah. And that is... Yeah, that is the thing. It's like, what do you do? Sometimes that's a perfect opportunity for people to get together. Yeah, so they were like, whereabouts was the base? Was it in one of the towns, or was it inland somewhere? I would guess.
Oh, he was right down here. Looking out. Looking out. One floor down.
Hello,
there he
hello. Yeah, yeah.
Alright, I thought you were sleeping already.
No, no. I've been keeping an eye out. Just in case.
Storm's picking up, it looks like.
Yeah, just in case there's any more evildoers.
They're out there, that's for sure.
But sometimes when they get a base, they forget. They get in. They think they're invulnerable because, you know. But then, like you say, you take them out with a. Yeah, take them out of like an SMG. Or on here, we'll get shot by IJs. You know, somebody will headshot you if you're not careful. That'll knock you out, or you get punched out at the well. Because we try to help people. As a rule, that's what our group does. We do try to help people out. But that normally means we end up getting punched out at the well when we're trying to help somebody. But that's one of the things of living on the coast and being a group that tries to help people. That's going to happen. But fortunately, I'd rather it didn't happen. But it's one of the risks of living on the coast and doing what we do. Living on the coast is what we do, and helping
There's
people.
some food.
Yeah, I'll have a bit. I'll have a bit.
Sure, yes, sir. What the...
Yeah, food doesn't last that long here either. I'm all right 'cause I'm inside, but if you're outdoors, I bet. Yeah, I put Devil's Castle because they're the easiest ones potentially to block off. But the trouble is when you've got a point of interest like that, you're going to get a lot of attention, and they probably get stocked up, and like you say, just are able to pick people off. But so even on here, you can get KOS can still happen. Anything can happen. But most of the time, people are generally on this one for the interactions, good and not so good. You can still get held up. You can still get, like I say, your leg broken. Because it's all about like the potential stories, and that's what some people don't get about the server, because they used to play an official where you normally do your loot routes, get your gear, start going after players. But here, it gives DayZ so much more depth to have a bit of a purpose. And again, it's not for everybody, I'm not saying it, but this is probably the best server for my play style that I've played on. You know, you've got all the groups, you can meet up with them, you can get on with them, you can go to war with them. There's so much you can do other than just a generic, which again, it's just fine as well, because I still go on official and do exactly that. But to go, you know, to pop into Pooster to see the Fireflies, or go to the Overlook at Steroy, you know, stay out of Gorka, because obviously it says stay out, but popping up to Devil's Castle, see Norman Oasis. Each group has got their own survival style. You know, some are more friendly, some are people you want to stay away from. So you think they were probably firing them from the roof potentially? Yes, they'd obviously gone somewhere and managed to get them. Yeah. But yeah, and this gives you, you know, if you want to go up to the traders, that's an epic trip to go up there. So even though you've got all these groups, you can have, you know, other players pop on. So there's always that X factor, as in people just, we say washing up, but people washing up who are new to the server and will play it like officials, so they'll try and shoot you at every chance they get, because they've got everything to gain, nothing to lose. But what we do say to people if they pop on the server, it is just, if you know, you're free to play how you want, as long as you don't break any rules, you're free to do whatever you want. But if you play like you do normally on official, you're just not going to get the best out of the server, in my opinion. And that's not, it's not, you know, I'm not saying it's wrong to play like that. You can again play how you want, but I think this particular one, if you KOS, that's the end of the story there and then. It's gone. Whatever, you know, you might not want any follow-up, but here generally your actions generally will have consequences. If you happen to KOS somebody and another one of his buddies spot your shoe or knocks you uncon, they might take you prisoner, they might interrogate you, find out who you are, and they'll hunt you down every time they see you, because most of the people will have the same character, same name, and dress in a particular outfit that you know. Ours is obviously Woodsmen, our green raincoat and these combat pants. That's what we look like, and with the armband, so people will recognise our voice. And you're not supposed to change your name unless you kill the character off. You're not supposed to change your name and be the same character, because again, it's all about consequences. If you help somebody, they'll remember that name. If you hold somebody up, they'll remember the voice, and you never know when you bump into them again. So it is quite a different way of playing DayZ, and it gives, for me, it gives so much more to the game, for me personally. Again, not for everybody. I'm not saying that's because there's like 10,000 community servers on PC, I think, with all sorts of different maps, different mods. So there'll be a server there for us, you know, for everybody. Deathmatch servers, PvE, you know, hardcore, PvE, PvP. There's a flavour for everybody, and it's just finding it. That's the problem. You know, I've played on, I forget, I mean, there's probably a few of them now, but the one where you could actually contract the virus off the infected, and if you needed to find a cure, that was one of the little things they had.
Is that one of you guys?
No, suppress shots at us. Just watch that window.
Yep.
Contact take off west. Contact took off west. Maybe a dog chased him into the crates. Oh shit! What's going on? What happened?
Was it west towards Glass Factory? Was it west towards Glass Factory?
Yeah, they were fighting the zombie head nut. I believe it was a clown. Couldn't tell. They had a clown wig. Not really sure, but they were fighting a zombie. They're probably looping back a little south and gonna come up behind Glass House or a double blue door.
That might have been a mango. Yeah, that's a mango, I think.
Ah, okay.
But I think
Are they shooting?
they got the gun.
Shooting or throwing something?
No, they're shooting. They got a gun out. They're behind yellow container. I'm not 100% sure if it is one or not. That looked like it from here. Oh, they're now gone down right-hand side of barn. I don't know if they've just been shot at.
Yeah, there was someone else just ran behind double blue. Heads up, someone in black. They just crossed over.
So Mango's running towards Glass Factory. Infected chasing them. Yeah, Mango's fighting them off. Down by the truck and the road. I don't know if they just got shot at. Is that you? Any of us?
Yeah, they just shot at me.
What, the
I
mango?
shot back at them.
The mango?
Yeah, whoever that was. Yeah, they looked right at me and shot, so I shot him. He didn't go down. I don't know why he's shooting at me.
Definitely mango, yeah?
He's I mean, I'll have to think back in my memories. Had a clown wig.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like the right armband. It almost looked more purple, but I couldn't tell. But they pointed their gun right at me and shot. Don't know why.
They're running around with their gun out. I think they're downstairs. Somebody at the well? Complete freshie at the well as well.
Hey, Mango. We don't know if you're shooting at us or if you're just up to your mango ways, which we don't mind. But just know, if you shoot at base, we will shoot back.
Got freshie incoming as well.
Hey, are you shooting at us? I don't know why you would shoot at us. We're big fans of the clowns. Was someone shooting at you? Okay, there was somebody in black out there. Are they not with you? Someone had on black pants and a black shirt that was kind of behind you a little bit. I did shoot at you, but it's only after I saw you point your gun and shoot at me. So I'm sorry. I'm Couch. I'm glad I didn't hurt you. I'm buddies with worms. I'm so sorry, my friend. How can I help you? Oh, you're fancy. Look at that. Oh, gotcha. Is it damaged? Do you
Yeah,
need,
thanks
will
for.
leather do that? No, just epoxy. Damn, we don't have stuff like that. Well, I'm
Thanks
glad
for
you're
popping in,
alive.
John.
My
Yeah, hope you have a
apologies
good
on the
run.
vest. If I find some epoxy, I'll be sure to get it to you. I know where you're at. But we did have some shots coming up at base. Was that you? Are you sure? Alright, well then there's someone else out there, so be careful. I'll quit shooting at you, but if I see someone pointing guns up here, you know, I get a little scared. Oh, maybe you threw some stuff and it sounded like shots.
We definitely had suppressed shots, though. There was definitely suppressed shots.
Yeah, yeah. And you still have your little bottle suppressor, so...
That
Either
sound like
way, be
that's-
Oh, yeah, that one. That one. That's probably it. Maybe you're shooting Zeds. Just be careful. I'm sorry about
this
that.
is
It's
DayZ Underground
misunderstanding,
on
but
PC,
it's
community
been a little
server,
strange down here. Lots of bag heads.
RP.
Lots and lots of
Don't
bag
let that put
heads.
you off. If you're looking for vanilla, Spaggy is, I think, all vanilla. He might have some modded ones, but majority is all vanilla
Staying
settings.
right up here. It's crazy down there at the moment. I don't think you're the only one down there. I think somebody was chasing you. And somebody was at the well.
So this is the map. We're the Woodsmen. We live in Prigorocki. So this is slightly different way of playing to normal
Did
vanilla.
you see where the person at the well went?
They went back after they went back that way after you spoke on the megaphone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they that mango 100% like looked right up at me, and we were both going back and forth, you know, doing like the hey, that's okay, and then he just pulled his gun out and started shooting. That's so funny, dude. I love it.
Yeah, so, I mean,
That's why I was like, man, I hit him like 2 times. I don't understand he's not going down, but I think I messed up his vest.
yeah, he
Oh,
might have
he's
been
coming back.
he might have been throwing stuff up. But there was definitely suppressed pistol shots.
Yeah, I thought someone was trying to shoot him.
Unless they were taking the dogs down.
Oh, maybe there is a dead dog on the railroad tracks. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, so
Got it. I get you now, brother. I get you.
yeah, so
Hey, aw, don't go away like that.
if you're used to like playing
catch it in my
like
mouth.
vanilla or official DayZ,
Oh,
you can
almost.
do that here.
You need
I think I
food?
don't know if you caught the tail end of it, Sweetly, when I was talking to John about it.
you don't need any?
But
I
if
got
you
6 or 7
as
fish
long as you
on.
stay within the rules, you can do what you want, survive how you want, play how
Alright.
you want. But
Well, I'm gonna
if
see
you
if this guy's still out here.
if
Oh,
you-
okay.
if you do
I swear,
the
no, there's a
usual,
mango down here, and then we heard shots up at the base, and I shot at him thinking he was shooting at me.
if you do the
And-
usual
that's
loot
the
routes, like
armband I
you
saw
spawn
earlier.
in Electro,
Hey,
Why would
Did
you
you
take
guys-
mango?
look,
you
Why
go
would
up
you take
into like
mango
hit the
shooting
military,
at
hit
you?
Tizzy.
Because
That's
I saw him
bizarre.
point his.
You're just
I
not going to get
saw
the
him
fullest
point
out of the
his gun.
server.
But hey, did
Hello?
you
Hello?
guys?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, anybody? What's up?
I need to know if they got in a fight today. Because remember, Rusty, remember when we saw... I'll cover. Remember when we saw... Hey, question. Did you
Hello?
guys get attacked by chance today? Because I saw a group of 4 people running, and I swear one of them had your armband on. Rusty, this is what I was talking about. Purple with the black insignia on it. That was 100% their armband. Hey, hello. You're good, man. Just don't draw your weapon.
Okay.
Ouch. I'm gonna throw you a piece of fish.
Okay.
And just so you know, this is a mango here, so they don't speak. They're good people, though. Don't let anyone tell you anything bad about the clowns. They're solid, solid.
Okay. Appreciate the fish, buddy. I was starving
yeah,
out
yeah.
there.
Oh, well, here. Take another. Sorry, I was trying to catch a fish in my mouth and I fell off my second floor, so.
Is your dress ruined, or do you want a sewing kit?
I think I messed up his vest.
Do you need a?
I
Do
do
you,
have a sewing kit if you need.
is your dress ruined, or do you want a sewing kit for that? Yeah. Yeah, so these are so mangoes are going through the process of becoming a clown.
My name is Rick.
Nice to meet you. I'm from Couch. We're the Woodsmen. You're at the embassy. That's Rusty up there, and Gideon's around here somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was do you know if the Census Glisky are still around, or are they not a thing anymore?
And I don't know who 506 was in Zell the last time I heard, but
ruined?
I don't even think
Is it
they're
ruined?
around.
Ah.
The mango could be. Oh shit! I'm gonna have to find him a replacement. Him or the mango.
You can. That's the thing is, you can, you know, but as soon as you build a base, you're liable to get raided. Everybody can get raided here as long as they stay within the rules, the laws of the land. You can build pretty much wherever you want. You can survive how you want, and the thing is about like trying to cohabit with other groups or other people. You can live as a solo if you want. I did for 2 months before joining the Woodsmen.
I'll get your replacement. I'll get it up to power. Don't put a timeline on it. I'm a little slow, but misfortunate incident. Glad you're okay though. Who were you, do you need a map, buddy? I got a map I can give you that'll kind of show you where certain groups are at.
No, I'm kind of I'm trying to get back to the island that we used to inhabit.
Okay.
I want to see it. I want to see my stuff still there. Hello.
Scalisti or Prison Island?
No, thank you. I'm good. No,
Do you
thank
need
buddy.
anything to? You need anything to get there?
He sounds like.
Scalisti Island, or are you talking about Prison
Yes.
Island?
Yes, the Scalisty Island. Yeah, the one that had the castle on it. The castle ruins.
Yeah. So they were just talking about that today. Lord, shit, Rusty. Who is it there at Scalisti?
Is it like, was it Dr.
The Saints.
Dr. Borealis or Boreas?
No, I was with Rick Lime and
Ah,
Rocky
okay.
and Austin.
So
When was the last time you were around? I remember Rick from
yeah,
a wave back.
I took a little bit of a hiatus.
Yeah.
About a couple months,
Do you want,
and
Oh,
last
yeah.
I heard,
do you want
no
duct
one's on
tape?
the island.
Is it to? Yeah.
I think that the island's changed a bit. I feel like not around.
So
I'm
mangoes
not
can
sure
only
where he ended up.
communicate through sign
It's
language
been a
and
minute since
violence.
They were there.
Okay. I was just wondering if I can see if any of my equipment and stuff is still there. That's all. Probably not.
I would
Here's
get.
the
Hey
hope.
man,
Yeah, I would guess not
Never know.
because I don't think they came back after the storm.
yeah.
And the new group, if they are still there, so I think everything got washed away. Oh, good lord, did that? I don't know my own strength. Let me come to this window. Yeah, everything got washed away. There we go. yeah, everything got washed away, and I don't think they returned. So Rick Limes, Bigfoot Bob, they didn't return after the storm. So I don't think anything would be left there, because it was vacant until I think this new group, if they're still there, has been there a couple of months now. I would say at least a month. I've not been over there since, so I don't know for sure. But Gideon was up that way earlier on. I'm sure he went to the island earlier on.
Oh yeah, he just came back from there.
Thank you very much.
I think he's napping. I'm gonna go see real quick.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think they, because we kept an eye out for them to see if they had turned up again. I don't think they've been back since the storm. So if you had anything there, it would have gone anyway, because everything disappeared after the storm and we all started again.
Okay, I got you. So what you're saying is I'm on my own again, huh?
Well, it looks like it, but I think the other groups there, again, I think they're looking for people to live on there as well, if that's something you like, the island. But I think like Rick and Bigfoot Bob, I don't think they've come back, or if they have, they'll be elsewhere in the land.
Yeah, you'd probably be welcomed in to whoever's kind of. I don't know if anyone's in charge, but it sounds like there is an opportunity for people to move out there and kind of have a go at it.
You wouldn't have to know the name of the group, would you? That's out there surviving.
I don't, but I'm sure one's called Dr. Boreas or Borealis. That's the last I heard.
I think,
yeah.
like that.
But I haven't spoken to him myself. I'm trying to think. I think Jag Rivers, so the lighthouse keeper over by the lighthouse, there's a gentleman called Jag Rivers. He's bumped into him before. If he's over by the lighthouse, you'll see what I mean. He's got some shelters over there. He might be able to tell you a bit more about them. But I've not bumped into him.
Actually, Jack's the one that sent me over here.
Uh-huh.
We came by here. We came back here one other time, but y'all were out, I reckon, and so.
More than likely. Well, go check it out if that's kind of your plan, and if you are back in the area and need any help or anything, or just want to stop by, we're normally around. We try to be.
Welcome in. We got.
Well, the only way to really access it is by boat. So I don't have a boat, and I don't know if you guys would mind giving me a ride there. I have a.
Yeah. Our boats have all been boat napped. we don't really hide them much. We just kind of park them out back.
I can give you
kind of easy come, easy go.
I can give you a spark plug. If you are going to run that way, you might find one. I've just come back from the west, and I didn't see any on the coast there. But there might be some. If you, I can give you. I'm more than happy to give you a spark plug in case you find one, because it's 9 times out of 10 you'll find them washed up or they've reappeared. But we've not seen boats for quite a while.
All right, well, I appreciate it, guys. Y'all stay safe, and I guess I'm gonna travel around the mainland for a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. Good luck, ma'am.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting y'all. Officially. Tango, nice meeting you.
He sounded like Rick and Shane. That's what it sounded like. If we get attacked, it's going to be coincidence.
Alright, I need to probably a little nap, a little bit of one. Try to wake up here soon. Someday I'll know your name, your graduated name, Mango. When I met Worm, he was a Mango. It was one of my best times ever since I've been on this land. It's absolutely amazing. You guys bring a lot to the community. I appreciate it. Even though I ruined your vest. Sorry about that, but I really appreciate it. I know. I'll get it. Don't worry. I'll start spreading word. We'll trade for something for you.
He want your one.
Oh, you can have. Yeah, for sure. Here you go. Here you go. Hang on, let me take this stuff out. My mango's not very well these days. Hang on. This one's nice and shiny too, man. Let's look at my fit. Hang on. Couple more things. Almost there. Don't want to leave that. You don't want my gross bandages. There you go. Yep. Good idea. I'm sorry I didn't think of that.
They got eyes. They got eyes
Now
everywhere. The mangoes.
I can use one of my 17 epoxy sticks now and fix this one. Ha! Just kidding. Yeah, that's great, man. It fits you. It looks good. You're back to normal like it never happened.
That stare says it all.
I know, I love it. I can't look away. I'm stuck.
So yeah, that guy sounded very similar to.
All right, I really do got a nap.
Oh,
You don't want the vest? No, it doesn't fit. Sure looked like it fit.
oh, do you want to cut the? Do you want to cut the patch off? No.
Good, man.
Ah, leather shoes. No. Boots. Dress. Boot. No.
Dress. No, boots. No.
Oh, do you want a jacket?
Oh, me?
Do you want a coat? Ah. I mean, we've got the
my coat. Oh, we have a really here. Grab that. Yeah. It might not quite be your style, but it'll keep you warm on your way home. That's really nice coat too. If I didn't have the raincoat, I'd wear it. And the vest will go really nice with it too. So you're gonna be leaving in style. Downfield, got some extra pockets for water squirting.
Look at that.
And handkerchiefs. Oh man, that's pretty.
Combat mango.
With those pants, actually, it looks pretty bad. It's a cool.
It does. Combat mango. It looks perfect.
Gloves and the mask and the leggings are pretty good. I need little cards to judge. Oh yeah, there you go. The protection.
That looks. I think
Cherry
that does.
on top.
That does look perfect.
Digging it. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, it does fit. Well, good stuff.
No,
Good
again.
stuff. Yeah, you be safe, ma'am. You sure you don't need any food? I know. Okay. All right. Well, be safe.
Yeah. Safe journey.
Fun, as always. Always fun with those guys.
Right. That. I think we've got half a stick of epoxy upstairs. If you want to repair that, I think it's half a stick. I saw.
Oh, really?
I think I did.
I might actually.
Well, I think that guy Rick is part of the group. Rick and the family who were. I think that was his voice. I'm almost certain that was his voice. So you know the one we had all that trouble with grenades getting thrown in and people being one name and another name. Now.
Yep.
I could be wrong, but that sounded very similar to him.
Interesting.
I
mean, he did. I don't know.
But that's how it starts.
It seemed a little. Not scripted. It just wasn't natural. It didn't feel like a fluid conversation anyway.
That's how it starts. And I won't be surprised if we get a few shots coming in the next 10 minutes or so.
And he fit the profile too, right? Like not much other than a rifle.
Yeah.
And probably a handful of bullets and some food type of deal.
Yeah. So I won't be surprised if we get just...
I swear though, dude, it's so funny. I'm standing up on the platform and that mango was right there, like right in front of me. We're both going like this. And then he just goes, pew, 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 pew. I'm like, what the hell? Maybe he was just not trying to hit me. But...
Yeah, but yeah, just be careful. Just be careful where you stand, because I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, he did sound familiar, because a bit of that...
I mean, someone was 100% shooting at us, suppressed. Shooting at the base, not zombies or dogs. It sounded like the base.
Yeah.
Although...
It might have been... It could have been Mango.
Because the dogs... Yeah, he probably was... Or they were probably shooting at dogs. And some were hitting the base, because the dogs were obviously at base. But then they pointed their gun and shot at me, so that's when it, it took a different course.
Yeah. Yeah, because he had that like a slight subtle southern tang or twang to his accent.
So what happened?
I think the mango was possibly shooting at the dogs with his suppressed rifle, and some bounced off the embassy. And then he started running west with the zombie, so I shot and killed the zombie. And he ran behind the double blue building and came up this way and was standing right down there, like right in front of base. And I was up on the new little platform and we were both going like this. Like he saw me, I saw him, and then all of a sudden he just goes, pew, 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 and like started shooting at me. Or at least shooting right up at base. Yeah, he didn't hit me, but he pointed up right at me and shot all around the base. And so I shot him. And I messed up his jacket, and then he ran around. And then he came in and we
sounded a bit similar.
While. And then some other dude came in that claimed to be old friends with Rick Lyon from the Scaliste Island, like a while back.
Oh wow!
And Rusty said he kind of sounded like maybe one of the guys that had been, you know, hey, my name's Jeff, or my name's Gary, you know, kept having a new name all the time, throwing grenades up in here, part of that group.
He said his name was Rick, funnily enough. Sounded very similar. Very, very similar.
Yeah, I wish I was here. I was daydreaming about ribs. I definitely would have called him out on it.
I traded best with the with the mango, and we gave him the jacket. So
now, in fairness, you know, we like to.
They did good. I had that press vest.
He had a press vest too. Oh,
he had this. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's great.
Yeah, just be careful where you stand for the moment, because that's the usual thing. They come in being nice, and then the next thing we're getting shot at.
Yeah. He did want to. He's asking if we had a boat. What was he talking about? You can't swim there. What island can you not swim to?
Unless
the thing is, I went there today, man. My health started going. I thought I was gonna faint in the water.
I just did it not long ago.
Hey, you can do
it. But I stopped at the light. I had a buff, and then I did have to make a fire when I got over there. But
yeah, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I hear loads of accents and voices and stuff, but that did sound similar. And he said
that was eventful. And then the mango threw up a piece of dog meat, and I jumped up to try to catch it in my mouth, and I fell over the edge. Oh, you were here. You were here when that happened.
I was wondering what you were doing down there. Yeah, me too. I made the jump just to kind of do a spin, and I ended up down there. I was like, fuck.
I was like, oh, good. Gideon hopped right down. That's cool. Now I know.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, hi to Mango and jump, and there I go.
Yeah, I'm not again.
Well, you know, this getting quiet around here, so that was his one for the day. You know, mango. It don't mean
Yeah.
nothing, but
No, not at all. Not at all. It was actually, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. But no, he just when he says y'all, and I don't know, I could be wrong.
here one night, man, I ended up finding this baseball bat with the lights. So I called it a mango lifesaver. And him and I guess Mufasa had one, so they were all down there sword fighting. Pretty cool.
Okay, he didn't take the spark plug, unless he had one already. I don't know. I'm just a bit suspicious. Now he could be making a fresh start. He did say that
That bag hit Rusty laid down. Look, here's this mask right here.
he did. Said he'd split up from that group because of stuff they were getting up to, or what they were doing. So again, there's always a chance, but it is just difficult if you sound the same, got the same.
I was wondering if you're living a double life or something. Woodsman by day, baghead at
It was
night.
funny. I was like telling Rusty, why'd you shoot him? Did you see that baghead right there? I said, what? And I turned. As quick as I turned where he was pointing at, boom. I was like, oh shit. I did not see him.
And a lot of people have been stopping by today.
About time.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the people are waking up, getting used to the weather change. Maybe, I don't know.
Hell yeah!
Still keeping an eye out. I think Rusty's, patterns are there for a reason. I do feel like someone's probably about to pop off a shot at us.
Jack. Where's yikes. They're calling him, he earned the nickname Rambo Jack.
Ramjack.
Ramjack.
Yep. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like springtime we should do a little recruiting push.
No, we're just waiting for the time, but yeah, it's just.
It's gonna be a busy. As soon as it warms up a bit and things start blooming, birds start chirping, be a lot of new blood around here. Let Rusty take a few and mold them.
For a rough
Shave them.
So we've got infected in the industrial over the other side.
Copy. I'm watching the dock side. Yeah, I'll get back up here.
Yeah, nobody at the well.
And this copy. Platform's already come in handy shooting that. Unfortunately, shooting that tango. I believe the fishing boat back here can also wake them up somehow.
Yeah, possibly.
I have a pretty good angle on it here, so I don't get shot. Yeah, I've got people at the fishing spot. Guy with a crossbow, heavily heavily geared. Oh, another guy. Black jacket, also heavily geared. They both have real nice big backpacks. They're chopping down a tree. He's got an assault vest, a pack on it, a military style backpack.
Yeah.
No headgear except goggles. The
That
other
might
one is
be-
already back there fishing.
That might be T.
It looks
T
like
normally
they're coming back this way.
T normally wears a baseball cap.
Whoever it was running back this. Oh, well, I lost them behind the little short, squatty buildings here, but it looked like they were running back this way.
Yeah,
They may be looking for
they're
us.
at the
Yep, I see them. They're at the concrete wall.
yeah.
I think I found a flaw with
Woodsman?
our
The fucking
placement
Woodsman.
here.
Jose Miguel, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciated. I think they might have cut a tree down, I think, or something. I didn't see him, but that doesn't mean he didn't. Because as I was looking through... As I was looking through here, I saw like there was like a mist or some, not smoke, but mist or something here. But
I need some sort of boost, man. I got stuck down in here. I should have had code enforcement. I should have had code enforcement inspect this. I'm under the required.
Put the platform right there.
I'm underneath the 16-inch requirement. Right here. I think I can get out. I just got to figure out what to stand on. There's definitely a way. I put one ammo net down. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
I'm sucking in too. Oh, there we go. Let's see.
Hey, try to put your. Hey, there you go. Ooh.
Oh.
Nope. Jump again like you were.
All right, let me get my energy. Here, I'm gonna throw my backpack over there.
Hey, this feels kind of good.
All right, here we go. Look at you guys.
Oh, look at me, little. Oh.
All right, hang on. Oh, they what? This is like. Meanwhile, a zombie's aggroing out there. Oh shit! I didn't mean to jump. All right, here we go. The big one.
Hey,
Son
I'm
of a
bilingual. There's a difference.
bitch. I don't know, man. I
Oh,
might
hey.
have to just.
Oh, no. What you need to do is back up and sit down, and like act like you're gonna go to sleep. Back up as much as you can. Act like you're gonna go to sleep. I'll sit you down. No, put your back over here.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Hang on, I got stuck here.
I think I saw him kick up snow. That's what I saw.
Like that. Sit down. Like if you're gonna go to sleep, you know, when it's nap time, sit back, down. There you go. Now get up real quick and try to back out. Ah.
Oh shit. Here, let me just take your hatchet. I'll chop this down. We got nails to rebuild it, and I just either it comes
Can't
in
crawl
handy.
under?
I can't lay down. That's the only problem. I can crouch, but I'm gonna bang my head.
I think it might have been T though.
Damn it. I like the. Let me try this again. Hang on.
There you go. Oh.
Damn it. Well, be a great little booby trap we could make, but. Hang on one sec, Heather.
Stack your bag. Top of that.
Can you go prone at all?
No, it won't let me. Man, I'm definitely on top of you. Okay, hang on. Hey, whoa, wait. It got me pinned in a corner. Can't escape. Man.
Okay, right here. Let me see.
Yeah, I know the camo nets lift you up a little.
No, we don't
try
have a
'em right
crate.
here. Hang on.
Yeah, try them right there. Yes. So try to stack them where you can. Try to stack them high enough where you can jump on the platform.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Oh, hang on. I need one more camo net.
Gotta-
We're gonna have a tower. Need 17 camo nets. Okay. I'm the king of the hill. Oh, son of a bitch. Hang on.
yeah, that's what I saw.
Oh, come on. I was floating.
Hey!
Oh my gosh, I did it. Alright, well now we know how. Where did all these camo nets come from? I'm glad that I was not by myself when that happened. Where did they come from?
There's
a lot.
one on this one.
Oh, on the tent. Gotcha. Gotcha. More somewhere.
Butterfly in the sky.
Oh, that one was probably on this,
Take
but
a
now
look
this is a
up.
wall. So we're all good.
The love bug.
Oh, I just fell off again. Oh man, no. No. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Ah.
Alright, let's find some food.
Yeah, so I saw him run through there, and he did come down to this building here, but then I saw like a... But it looked a bit like T to me. Because he does use that fishing spot when he's out and about. And it did look like T, but it might not have been. He said it was 2. Yeah, he's free, yeah. I mean, like I say, yeah. Yeah, so I saw him. I don't think I stuck my head above there, but I saw him run down that way. And I think he disappeared behind, like towards a swamp, but I think he disappeared behind that building. I saw like a big sort of like, I think it was a snow, like as you run and you kick up snow. Because he's like went through there. I thought he went through there, and then I just saw a puff of snow. This is where you don't want to stick your head above here for too long.
Alright, everybody good on fish? I'm gonna pack this in the tent or something till we hand it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good as I'll be, you know.
Passing out, starving in here in a minute.
Not if I'm going to sleep. Fast metabolism.
Right. Man, I'm so glad that mango did not die. I really feel like they were shooting dogs. That whole communication gap.
Yeah, like I say, I could be wrong again, but I think I don't know if he got his time frame like mixed up, because yeah, the people who used to live on Skiliski, like Bigfoot Bob, Rick. I mean, again, I could be completely wrong because a lot of people don't come on here as often as I do. So that might be a period of a few months and they've not been on, so they don't know. So you have to remember that as well. And he might not even realise there's been a wipe since then either. So there can be simple. Time flies when you're having fun and you don't really realise there's been a wipe, so you just assume there's going to be stuff there, but obviously there's a wipe that wiped everything out. So whatever they had there as a group would have been gone anyway. But he did sound similar to the Rick who was part of the family. There's Rick and Shane, and Jupiter and Mars, Neptune, something else. But again, I could be wrong. Obviously I'm on here all the time, whereas some people don't have that opportunity. They're on when they can, so there might be months in between. Oh yeah, you missed that. Yeah, I guessed. Yeah, I guessed it was. I guessed, but yeah, we can get them up that summer camp sometimes up there. But that's nearly nap time.
Oh shit, okay.
Did you find out epoxy?
I did not. Oh yeah, right here. If it'll do it. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so it's half a stick per quality level.
Hell yeah. I don't know why I thought it took the whole stick for each edition level.
I mean, it might be for a plate, I guess.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm just going to go and lock the outers.
That's good. I thought we were going to get shot at. I really did. Rusty, will we see you tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Good stuff as usual. Yeah, I'll
Alright,
probably
Rusty.
wake up a couple hours and just check on base, but I'll talk to you guys tomorrow for sure. Good
Yep.
times.
Yeah, I'm gonna at this nap time. I'll call it. I think any moment. There we go. I will. So it's been an interesting. So went bit of a loop route. A lot of stuff going on. Not sure about Rick. I could be wrong. If I am, I'm wrong. But he sounded very similar to that. Yeah, he sounded very similar to the guy. But like I said, it could be something as simple as he's not been on for ages. It's a bit like Dread yesterday. I think logged in, and obviously was the Trailblazers have moved, so it can, you know, it can happen like that. So we'll see. But yeah, because normally it started off like that, and we ended up getting shot at. But we'll see how it goes. We'll just deal with it. It's been quite quiet for a little while, so we're due getting shot at again. But as always, thank you all for watching. We had some subs there. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. I'll be back on tomorrow for some more adventures. And as always, again, very much appreciated for you hanging around and watching the Woodsman adventures. You never know what's going to happen, whether somebody's going to shoot at a mango, or dogs, or some baghead is downstairs and gets shot with the R12. You just never know what's going to happen. But I shall catch you all tomorrow. You try and stay warm if it's